Good morning, GSRC drivers, friends, and family. We are live from Circuit de la Sarthe for the fifth and final round of the GSRC Endurance Championship and the last competitive round of GSRC action for the year 2023. I'm Liam Banks, alongside me producing. We don't have Sam Chapman today. We do instead have Daniel Correa-Sa, who is going to do a splendid job. As always, if you've watched his broadcasts on a Thursday night, you'll know what I'm talking about. We have got some fantastic racing coming up for you today. We've got a few more cars in the LMDH field, which is lovely to see, up to 6, which is great. GT3 is a little bit lacking in the numbers department, but what we are lacking for in quantity will make up for in quality, and we have most of the teams fighting for second and third place in the championship on the grid for you. So we will try and bring you those standings live throughout the race, because that is definitely a live battle. We're not far away from the start of the race. The drivers are just doing a bit of a warm-up in between qualifying and the race, and these are the conditions we are going to see today. It is 6 hours of the Circuit de la Sarthe, and we have got the server running at 4 times the normal speed. So do the maths, it's effectively a 24-hour race in terms of the transition through day and night that you're going to see across the course of this event. 22 degrees currently with 30% humidity, 7 kilometers an hour wind, so the wind's not going to be a factor today. Ignore the pressure on the right there, that has been bugged out for many months now. I'm sure it will get fixed at some point. Track temperature is a nice cool 23 degrees. Watch for that to potentially increase throughout the day as we progress from our 12 o'clock starting time through into the warm parts of the day, and then it's going to drop again towards the end of the race. So that could be something to watch out for as the grip levels vary during the stints. So don't be surprised if you see some stints drivers going way quicker than in other stints. It's a circuit that doesn't need any introduction. You don't need me to go through all of the important zones of Circuit de la Sarthe, because it is the mecca of endurance racing, and what a place to end what has been a very entertaining championship. We've had different protagonists in different races. One thing that has been constant though is Tractics Racing with Matty Dench at the front of the field. They've already taken out the GT3 championship, such has been their superiority across the first 4 rounds. However, there is a carrot being dangled for every other team. Can they get one up over Tractics Racing in the final round of the season, and can they put themselves in a position to score second place in the championship? Daniel, you've been a driver for most of the season rather than the commentator. How are you looking forward to that change of roles for you today?
Hey Liam, I mean, I'm pretty much used to it by now. I haven't broadcasted most of the GSRC Thursday and Wednesday nights, so yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm pretty excited for this one. It's the Circuit de la Sarthe. It's it's a fantastic staple on the racing calendar. So I'm keen to see how everyone manages to navigate their way around here. 6 hours, so sort of mini enduro, if you will. I'm used to doing this 24 hours in iRacing. Well, back when iRacing was allowed to do it, which hopefully they'll be allowed to do it soon again. We'll see. But yeah, seems like a decent lineup here. We've actually got a change in the GTP category. Someone's entered with a Porsche this time, so it's not just all Cadillacs. There's a Cadillac and a Porsche.
Yeah, and that is One Muppet Racing, currently being driven by Matthew Cutler in the service. I'm interested to see what they can do and where they fit into all those Cadillacs. It's not going to give us a good representation of the speed of the relative speed of the cars. We're going to need a bigger sample size for that, but it could be interesting to see where that car is stronger compared to Cadillac. Does it excel in the corners like the GT3 Porsche, or is it going to be maybe a little bit stronger in the straights? I really don't know, so it'll be interesting to see throughout the course of this race. And of course, being Circuit de la Sarthe, we have got plenty of both. We've got that incredible Mulsanne straight that just seems to go on forever with a few chicanes in the way, and then we've got the back part of the circuit, which is just twisty, left right, doesn't give you a moment to breathe. But once you get through that, your reward is a nice long straight to take it all in, take in the scenery, and just switch off for a little bit. It is I mean, the reason it became so famous, right, is because it's such a challenge on the cars. Because of that long straight, it's absolutely brutal on the engines. Not so much a factor in the symbol, but we do get some fantastic racing around here.
Yeah, it's probably the most key characteristic of the Le Mans circuit is the Mulsanne straight. Of course, now with the modern day, with adding chicanes, whereas previously it was just one big giant long straight, which ended up causing quite a lot of issues for drivers in terms of brakes and brake wear. But now, a great endurance circuit, and just trying to remember what the updates were, but they're not going to come to me. I'll have to try and think of them throughout the course of the broadcast. But I believe we're done with the warm-up, so that means we're going to the grid.
We are done with the warm-up. We are going to the grid, and this is that grid. We've got Chris Henn for Arlec Motorsports on pole position overall and for the LMDH class. Alongside him is that lone Porsche F1 with the racing driven by Matthew Cutler. Then on the second row, we've got David Christensen for Cadillac and Guy Leach for Keystone Brothers Racing. They've been a constant throughout the season. Then at the back of the field, Dale Jeffries for Tech 1 Link Airways and Julian Mucky in 6th place for Sharp EIT Solutions by Tech 1. Behind them, we have the GT3 field. On pole is Tractix Racing, driven by Stanley Dench. How many times have we said that in a GT3? Behind them, Angry Pepper Racing, Alan Holgerson. He's had a pretty strong GT3 season. Let's see what he can do in the Endurance Championship. We've then got Aidan Schultz from Quantum Motorsports, Magnus Rowney for the Mighty Cooks, who had a really strong outing last time out. David Stone, Iridium Sim Sports 268. Then Daniel Hill for Barbecue Motorsports Australia. Behind them is Simon Vella in 13th and John Jennings in 14th for Breadline Racing. They are a very fast car. Watch for them to come through this field. John Paula Miranda in Tech 1 Sharp Extensive IT in 15th. Then Mitch Correa in 16th for Team Therapy. And then at the back on the final row is Tractors Racing AM driven by Leif McClearmont. So this is endurance racing, so we do have a rolling start. What you'll see is the GT3s will hang back to give the LMDHs plenty of space. You don't want the two classes all getting in amongst each other at the start of the race. It just does not tend to go well. Thankfully this time we've got the server set up correctly, so we've got the LMDHs ahead of the GT3s, and I have to say big control for how they handled that last time. It was a big shock for everybody when they lined up the wrong way around. But I think Race Control did a good job of doing the sensible thing and getting them to revert before the start of the race. Would not have been easy. I would have definitely been panicking, and I'm sure there was a little bit of panic behind the scenes. This time the right way around, being led away by the safety car, so the LMDHs will get us underway and the GT3s will follow about 20 seconds later. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the field spread is like in the LMDHs this time out. At Road Atlanta, they kept pretty compressed. We had a really good battle. Then last time out at Nürburgring, definitely much more spread out. The battle was over within about the first stint. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens this time around. Is it going to be more like Road Atlanta, or is it going to be more like Nürburgring? Won't have to wait long to find out. We've just been joined in the commentary box by Josh Uno, who's running the Endurance Championship. Not going to yet because the race has just started. We've got Chris Henn leading away one Muppet Racing in second. Look very, very close between them off the line. They've already pulled a big gap to Keystone Brothers Racing in third, and I think that's because Adam lads were caught napping. They were in third place, so already down to fourth place. And this is the Porsche. Look at that Porsche Matt Cutler taking that chicane. Very different line to Arlec Motorsport, looking to get a better run out of the chicane. And this is the start of the GT3 races, much more single file. Matty Dench leading the way, Alan Holgerson behind him. No changes for position so far in the GT3s, though there are a few cars very, very close together on track, as you would expect at the start of the race. No corners of note yet. This is the first corner of note. That chicane, really, really, really tricky to get it right, because it is a bit uphill. You can carry more speed through there than you think, but it can be easy to lose the back end if you get it wrong. So watch for a few people to get it wrong through there, pulling it off, so they're not going to damage the cars, but damage their race. There's been another change in the LMDH class. Julian Mucky for Sharp EIT Solutions has got ahead of Dale Jeffries in 6th place.
It's a decent start here from everyone. The GTPs have quite compressed at the front of the field now as they make their way down towards the end of the Mulsanne Straight. So Island still in the lead of this race, but one Muppet and Kidney Stone very close behind. Jump up, that's Guy Leach there, driving for Kidney Stones in the beautiful purple Cadillac. Following the Porsche, just running a little bit wide, coming out of that turn. And I fully expect that these guys will run pretty close to each other for at least the first couple of laps. And only when the pit strategies come into it will we start to see some big gaps start to form. That or when they inevitably catch the GT3s around here. But the Circuit de la Sarthe is a very long circuit, so it will take a significant amount of time for that to be the case. But for now, everyone is running nice and in line.
Yeah, look at those first 4 cars, all within half a second of each other. What I'm really hoping to see from this race is that nice long straight, the Mulsanne Straight doing its job, keeping the cars close together because of the slipstream. What you're going to need to do to break that slipstream is pull 1.5 seconds in the second half of the lap, where it's all twisty and turny, starting here. Get that done so you can break the slipstream, because if you don't, that Mulsanne Straight is just going to let every car just get that time back for free. And that's what I'm hoping to see for this race. I'm hoping it's going to keep the field nice and compressed until drivers start making bigger mistakes, losing bigger chunks of time, and that will keep it nice and competitive for the entirety of the 6-hour race. We're going to do our normal thing. We're going to bring you the first hour to an hour and a half, depending on how the race is going, how the stops play out, what's holding our interest. And then we'll come back for the last hour of the race to bring you the conclusion, bring you our post-race show. Post-race show will be a little bit longer because, of course, we've got to wrap up the championship standings. We have, thanks to the tireless work of our committee members and Josh, who's running the Endurance Championship, we do have a live spreadsheet of points to bring you, so we'll be able to keep track of those battles. The battle for the victory in the LMDH class, which is currently being led by Cadillacs with Stonks Racing close behind, and the battle for the podium positions in the GT3s, Tractors Racing AM, Mighty Cooks, Breadline, Barbecue Motorsports, Ventral PM Sport, Pacific Esports, International Driver Syndicate, all in that battle, as is Angry Pepper Racing, who are starting in second place, so they've got a really good chance to leap up the standings. They are going to need a lot of things to go their way, just because of the points difference isn't that huge. It's about 18 points between them and podium positions, but there's a lot of cars in between them that they need to gain points on, so it's going to be tricky to work out during the race. However, we do have that new capability of having live points to bring you. And just before we get back into it, I'm going to do a public service announcement for any drivers listening to this broadcast. It has been posted on the Discord. You need to be running the sponsors decals. You have a 1 race grace period, which means if you've done a race before now, your grace period is over. Get the decal on your car, or you may find yourself not scoring any points. You might find yourself on the receiving end of some disappointment from the stewards. I don't want that to happen to any drivers in this race, so please, if you haven't got it on already, try and sort it out mid-race. Don't know if it's possible. I don't know how possible it is, but get onto training paints if you haven't. Add it to your car, and at least make an effort, because then, then hopefully it'll appear and we can give you the points. But yeah, it's been posted in the Discord a lot of times, so please don't let that be you. It'll leave a sour taste in anyone's mouth, and I don't want to see it, but we are only able to bring you the broadcast, only able to bring you the championship because of our sponsors, so we need to give them the shout outs that we can. They've got a decal, we've asked people to run it, so please just run it. And of course, major sponsors for this series are Login Systems. They've been sponsoring the Endurance Championship for a little while now. They've been absolutely brilliant. It's been wonderful bringing you this championship, and we can only do that because of the support of Login Systems. But public service announcement over. Let's get back to the race. As you can see, the top 4 in LMDH absolutely pulling a gap on 5th and 6th. So that top 4, as it stands currently, are like Motorsport, One Muppet Racing behind them, Kidney Stone Brothers Racing in 3rd, then Cadillacs in 4th, and then a healthy gap, 5 seconds back to Sharp EI2 Solutions by Tech 1 being driven by Julian Mookie, and then Tech 1 Link Airways by Dale Jeffries. And I've got a bit of information to bring you about the Tech 1 cars. I'll bring you that in a little while. In the lead of the GT3 race is, no surprise, Tractors Racing. Well, they've been all season long being driven by Matt Dench, but Alan Holtz for Angry Pepper Racing sticking with him with 6 minutes in, gap is less than a second. Mighty Cooks less than a second behind Angry Pepper. Quantum Motorsports less than a second behind the Mighty Cooks. So we've got, again, a top 4 in the GT3s, like we do in the MDHs. 5th place, Iridium Sim Sports. They're pretty close, only 1.3 behind. They're in the danger of falling out of that slipstream. They're going to want to try and stay in that. So if they can up their pace just a bit, that'll be enough to get them in that slipstream, and then you can let the Mulsanne straight do its thing, and it'll keep them in contention. On screen now is the battle between Paul Miranda, Leif McClemont, and Daniel Hill and John Jennings. So you got John Jennings in the yellow car at the front in the Ferrari. Then you got Daniel Hill behind him in the Merc for Barbecue Motorsport Australia. And then it's Tractis Racing AM with Leif McClemont in the Ferrari, and João Paulo Miranda at the back in another Ferrari. So it's 3 Ferraris and a Merc in the middle of a very, very thick Ferrari sandwich.
There's the Mercedes drag racing with the Ferrari on the inside. It looks like John Jennings will maintain that front position there in P13, but Mercedes will not let go of the back of that car. And they're doing well to stick with each other. Actually, they've created a small gap to the car behind. That's P16 Team Therapy, the Porsche. At the back here, a shot now, and here comes the Mercedes trying to run down the outside towards the Porsche curves. And it'll have the ideal line coming into it, but it'll depend on whether or not they can maintain the speed, which they do. So John Jennings will fall back in line, and Daniel Hill moves up into P12. We're only 8 minutes in, and we're already seeing fierce battles from the back of this pack. And hopefully that'll continue throughout the rest of the campaign. But these guys have to think about the endurance factor. It's all well and good to race, but if you end it early on, it is not good for anyone. So they'll have to maintain that. Obviously, track position is key, but when you're talking about a 6-hour race, pit strategy becomes more the important aspect. So it's all well and good to race, but just keep in mind that the finish line is 6 hours from now. So he moves forward and actually puts a decent gap to the Ferrari behind. So maybe this will be the break that Daniel Hill needed. As for everyone else on the grid, the gaps have started to explode out. Only a handful, only 2 cars underneath the 5/10 mark. That is John Jennings and Leif McClemont in the Ferraris in the middle shot. Everyone else has really started to extend.
Yeah, it's not extended to the point where they're going to be completely out of the tow, but they've certainly extended to the point where they're not what I would call battling live on track. They're very tight. It's going to take one mistake, one good lap, and you can be right with the gearbox car ahead. But most cars now, they're not in danger of going side by side down the straight. This is Alex Court. So Alex Court is one of the cars within half a second of the car ahead. He's within half a second of the Mighty Cook, so he's at the back of that lead group of 4 cars, which are all running a very, very similar pace. The dangerous thing when you're running a similar pace and Matty Dench is in that group is Matty Dench is probably running the same pace using less fuel. So that's something to keep watch out for. One thing that won't be helping him though is being out front, pushing all of the air out of the way for the cars behind. He's not getting a slipstream to help him save a bit of fuel. And on Circuit de la Sarthe, that is very, very important because it is ridiculous straight. Like I said, it's lost a bit of its mystique, a bit of its magic since they introduced those chicanes. It's no longer the absolutely insane straight that's just not seen anywhere else at all. With those chicanes, it's a series of shorter but still incredibly long straights. This car's sitting at top speed for a good long while on each of those straights now, whereas before they just sat at full speed basically the whole way, which would have been absolutely phenomenal. Did they have that layout in iRacing?
I think so. I think they do. I don't think I've ever run it, but I believe they do have the legacy.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I don't remember ever running it, but it'd be pretty cool to... I say it'd be pretty cool to see. Of course, we don't really have the reliability aspect in these in iRacing, so less cool than in real life, but still good. The student driver livery. That's a nice little warning for the cars. Oh, see that big wobble there from Guy Leach. That was very close to being put in the wall.
So that's the thing about the GTPs. They lull you into a false sense of security. There's a lot of downforce that are generated by these cars. And sometimes you think you do have enough air pressure to keep you running well on track through the fast corners. But then it bites you a little too much and you run wide. Now, luckily, all those corners where that becomes a factor, there is a decent amount of runoff. Only time that's going to become a problem is going towards Indianapolis, where you've got a heavy braking section to the left-hander. So one of the things that people have to pay attention to, or the drivers specifically, is the wear on the tires and the brakes. It's very easy to hot lap. It's very easy to fall into a zone where you brake at this marker, you exit at this marker. But as the race goes on, those have to be adjusted, and the best drivers are those that can tell and monitor that change, and they take it a little easier as the laps go on. The other thing to bear in mind is when you're following a car like this, as Guy Leach is doing to David Christensen here in the Cadillac's entry, your braking markers need to be adjusted because you don't have the amount of downforce that you would normally in a corner when you're following another car. You just don't have that same air pressure coming over the front. So having to remember these things and adjust for them is what's going to give you a much better advantage towards the end of the race. Because once the fatigue starts to wear in, we're talking about a 6-hour race here, once the fatigue starts to wear in, the wear starts to come in to effect, that's when you're going to start seeing the cracks form and the mistakes happen. And that's where races are won and lost.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just drive by memory. Like, there's a lot of drivers, you kind of hear it, you hear the distinction between the drivers that are all instinct and the drivers that they'll put in heaps of practice laps, and they'll learn, like, this is my braking marker, I brake here, I turn in here, I accelerate here, and almost just go on repeat lap after lap. Those drivers in second camp will start to struggle because those markers are all changing, so that at the start of the stint they likely won't be taking advantage of everything the car has available to them. But at the end of the stint, those markers might be a little bit too far. They might not be leaving them quite enough braking zone. They might be leaving themselves turning in a bit too sharply on worn out tires. You need to be able to adjust. We're only talking small adjustments. It's not massive, lap over lap over lap, but over the course of a stint, you'd really notice it. If you took the lap 5 and then compared it to lap 50, you'd be like, wow, okay, it's almost like driving a different car. It's huge. And what I noticed whenever I've driven GT3s in the endurance, for me, it tends to be the rear end tends to get more unstable throughout the stint, and that's, for me personally, that's got me undone few times where I've been driving on older tires and it's been a fast but not flat out corner, and I've just carried too much speed with a more unstable rear end, and it's caught me out. So that's just one way in which it can affect you, but it really depends on your driving style, how it affects you. Some drivers are going to wear out the front tires a lot. They're going to be putting on too much steering a lot early in the stint and then wearing out their front tires. Others are going to be heavy on the throttle. They're going to be wearing out their rear tires. Because in a track like this, there isn't a huge amount of traction zones. I would expect probably be more the front tires. Would you agree with that, Daniel?
So with it in terms of the pressure on the...
Yeah, in terms of the wear.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. You've got to take into account places like the Porsche curves, the Ford curve. Where else would you have a hard? I suppose the final chicane. I guess you got a lot of brake load there, and then the rest of it is pretty much straight on. So your front tires are definitely the ones that are going to suffer the most. I would assume, I haven't done this in a while, but I would assume they'd be changing tyres every stop. I don't think anybody's going to go for a double stint. I don't think.
No, I can't imagine so. Not with the changes they brought in this year to really increase the degradation of the tyres. I think a double stint would be very brave. I think the only time you would see it is if there is a safety car and someone's mid-stint. They may decide to stay on the tyres, take the track position, and see if they can get them to the end of another full stint and go sort of 1.2, 1.3, 1.5 stints. I don't think you're going to see anyone go for double stints, and even that I think would be brave unless you're a very, very accomplished driver at handling your tires, and some of these guys will be. There's some drivers that they love the endurance races, and that's going to be their speciality. They love that challenge of managing a stint. And there's going to be others in this race that are only do the endurance, only do the GSRC Endurance Championship. They generally run sprint races, and they want to experience that nearly as often, and they're going to be less accomplished at it. So you are going to see a difference. Just want to call out at the front of the field, I Like Motorsport have dropped one Muppet Racing. They were 1.2 seconds faster on the last lap, and they pulled that gap out to 1.6. I think one Muppet Racing made a mistake, and crucially that's dropped them outside of the slipstream, so they're going to have to work hard to get back into that. Behind them, that battle between Cadillacs and Kidney Stone Brothers Racing absolutely raging on. Quarter of a second between the two of them. It's not been above half a second, I think, since the start of the race. We're 17 minutes in. Will the Cadillacs buckle under the pressure, or will Kidney Stone Brothers be able to hold on to that? They have already reversed their position, so it started with Cadillacs third, Kidney Stone Brothers Racing in fourth. Kidney Stone Brothers Racing got ahead at the start into third place, but Cadillacs have since reclaimed that position back. Be interesting to see how that battle develops. In the GT3s, Angry Pepper Racing, Alan Holson sticking with Matty Dench at the moment, 0.6 behind, or we don't know as much fuel they're using. Then there's quite a few bigger gaps down to this battle that we're seeing here. So this is Alex Court and Magnus Rowney. Sorry, that's very different to what my timing screens, because my timing screens are about 6 minutes behind, so apologies, I don't know how to. So correct that when I can get to you, but we still have got Cadillacs in third, and we do have Kidney Stone Brothers right behind them, and this is the Mighty Cooks and Quantum Motorsports and Mighty Cooks being driven by Magnus Rowney. That's the purple and green Mercedes you can see in front, being followed by the Swamp Green, I want to say. Is it gold? Quantum Motorsports powered car behind them.
It's a mixture of colours. So it's definitely got the gold and the spec map on there, so it's a nice dark gold, and we've also got the purple and lime green. That's like a Shrek colour. I want to say there. So it's a very interesting mix of colours, I will say.
Interesting, of course, being code for not the colours I would pick. This is David Christian and Guy Leach. So this is that battle in the LMDH we've been talking about. This battle's been close for quite a while. I just want to correct what I was saying before. I've got my timing screen. Okay, I'm having trouble with my timing screen. It's still 30 seconds behind. But look on your live screens in the table at the top left. 0.6 between One Muppet and I Like Motorsports. So this is quite interesting. So what I was talking about before was 5 minutes ago. So since that time, 5 minutes ago, One Muppet Racing have got themselves back into the slipstream of I Like Motorsport, making it a live battle for first place in the LMDH race at the moment. Of course, it's a shame there's no Stonks Racing in the server today in the LMDHs. We do have Cadillacs. So Cadillacs looks like they are going to take out the LMDH Championship as long as they do not a retirement. I Like Motorsport are the only team that can stop them at this point. Realistically, I should say, stop them. There's 35 points on offer today. I Like Motorsport are 29.5 points. Yes, 28.5 points behind Cadillacs. So I would expect, it would take a Cadillacs retirement basically for I Like Motorsport to be able to catch them up. But this is an endurance race. Retirements definitely happen. Can be a multitude of things. Can be a crash. Can be just mucking up, just a driver not being available and only having one driver. I've seen that happen. It could be that your hardware gives up. We've seen that a few times this season. People's VR headsets blacking out. People's steering wheels going on the fritz. People's cats turning off their computer. All these things happen in simulated motorsport. Perhaps not things you'd expect to see in real life motorsport, but they do somewhat of a job on mimicking just random mechanical failures that you do get in real motorsport. So, it's definitely not a done deal for the Cadillacs yet. They need to get to the end of the race. They're currently in fourth, so they're taking it relatively easy. They're in this battle with Kidney Stone Brothers. You know, all it takes can lads to go for it, go for a move, get it wrong, and then they're retired. And then all of a sudden, all I have to do is win the race, potentially win the championship. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. And then what's interesting at the moment in the GT3 is you've got Tactics Racing AM all the way down in 6th position. And they're currently 2nd in the championship. You've got the Mighty Cooks in 4th position. So they're looking good to take 2nd in the championship at the moment. You've got Brad Lion Racing. They're currently in 15th, but there's quite, from memory, there's quite a pace difference between their 2 drivers. They got one very, very fast driver. I can't remember, is it Mappy Kelly? Brock Kelly, who runs a fantastic pace whenever he gets into that entry. And then we've got the driver in the car at the moment, who John Jennings, who's a handy peddler. Do not get me wrong, doesn't quite have the pace of Brock Kelly though. So you're going to see that Breadline Racing car go up and down the field a little bit. But this stint from Brock Kelly, from John Jennings, is going to be absolutely crucial. He needs to try and stay in touch with as many cars as possible to give Brock the opportunity of coming through the field. Then he can try and hold on to those positions, and then Brock can get back in and try and push him up again. It's just the nature of endurance racing. When you've got multiple drivers in the team, they're not all going to be running the same pace. I mean, ideally they are. Ideally they're all running the best pace, of course. But that's very, very often not the case, particularly in amateur endurance racing. You're going to have one faster driver, one slower driver. If you've got 3 drivers, you might have 2 fast, 2 slow, however you want to break it up. And that can land a nice bit of strategy to a endurance race. On screen, we've got Leif McClemont. He's battling with Daniel Hill for Barbecue Motorsports Australia. So this is Tactics Racing AM in 13th at the moment overall. So that's 6th in the 7th, apologies, in the GT3 class. This is a car to keep an eye on because the second, and that's a car spinning in the background. Who is that?
Julian Mucky.
So that's the Sharp EIT Solutions by Tech 1 entry in the LMGH going for a spin.
Just took way too much curb. Luckily, didn't hit anybody. Oh, that's an interesting rejoin.
Yeah, get away with that one just about. I think he realised as he started to rejoin that he probably should have had a bit more of a look and decided to drive onto the gravel.
So we're going to look crash here as well. So Dale Jeffries. Oh, down towards Indianapolis, and yeah, locks the brake. So that is what I was talking about earlier, which is, oh, and he's lost that front end too. Well, that might be an issue. He's going to back that out of the wall, but that's some damage. Now, that's what I was talking about earlier in terms of the wear on the tyres and the braking zones. Indianapolis, you come in there at a very, very high speed of knots, and he just got caught out by that. Just took that corner way too fast, went to go onto the slow pedal, and yeah, those front tyres, they weren't happy. Locked up into the barrier. So hopefully no handling damage. If it's just superficial, it's not too bad. But he will be in 6th position with a 27-second gap to P5.
Yeah, and that crash, of course, was Julian Mucky in the Tech 1 entry. Julian Mucky being a oval expert, so perhaps not used to the left and the right corners. And a handy peddler on 2 wheels, having run in the Supersport Australian Championships previously. So a bit out of his wheelhouse doing the endurance racing, but it's good to see him behind the wheel in a four-wheel vehicle and going along at an okay pace. Before then they were in 6th place, just behind their colleagues in 5th place, the other Sharp EIT Solutions Tech 1 entry in the LMDHs, which is the number 13, the number 39 caddy. So they've got 2 entries in the LMDH class, 1 in the GT3 class, which is currently in 8th position and 6 seconds behind Tactics Racing AM. So that's interesting because they were all quite close together at one point, but it looks like Tactics Racing just breaking free of that pack and getting onto the back of Barbecue Motorsports Australia at the moment. And this is Luke Swan for Iridium Sim Sports. He is right behind Alex Court. Apologies, it's very apologies. My timing screen is giving me all sorts of issues. If I'm saying anything wrong or I go slower and it sounds like I'm confused, it's because what I'm seeing on screen does not match my timing screen. And I don't know why it's going so slow. So apologies, I am doing my best. So we've got a drive through from Matthew Cutler for contact with Luke Swan on lap 6. So Matthew Cutler, is he not driving the warm-up at racing entry?
That'd be car 31, so yes, that is the case. So I didn't see anything come up on the event log, so the contact must have been small.
An MDH on GT3.
Yeah.
So this is a coming through traffic issue.
Sheridan in the chat there. Nice to see that the new Audi still has 0 mung in a straight line. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if it's a setup issue or not. I haven't had a chance to race the new Audi revision, but it does seem as though it is slower on the straights. At least for the time being. I'll have to wait for a couple of weeks and then have a look at the iRacing stats website and see where the average lap time is for that car, which is a shame because the Audi looks great and sounds great. So if it's out of competition, which would actually be out of turn for iRacing. Usually when iRacing update a car, it's ridiculously powerful. But I can also see, I believe there's some damage on the back of that Audi. On the rear quarter panel. I'm not too sure, maybe my eyes deceive me, but I think on that left side...
Yeah, if you look at those rear tail lights,
damage.
They don't look quite level anymore, do they?
Yeah, how are you guys? I'll chime in at this point. Yeah, I've had quite an extensive look at the Audi, actually trying to do my due diligence, whether it needed bopping when we added it mid-season. And it does look like it's actually quite strong from the outset, but it's not the typical iRacing release a car that's just not competitive with the rest of the field, like it's just too strong. It's actually relatively in contention around most tracks. So I've seen some times around 3 different tracks, and it was the strongest car, but it was, you know, it was down to the user nearly. So yeah, decided to leave it and let it run this time round. But just a heads up for next season, we will not be introducing any new cars throughout the season. So the ones we start with are the ones that we're racing.
Talking about next season, you got any more information you can give us? Because the next season is going to come around fast enough once we get through Christmas and Australia Day and all that. We'll be back into the Endurance Championship before we know it, I assume. Yeah,
no, most definitely. So I actually put out a questionnaire just to try and get a little bit of feedback from the drivers to see what their thoughts were. There's lots of contradictory stuff in there, but there's quite a few you know, threads that I could pull at and unravel and follow through. But the big one really is we really just need a bit of consistency, and unfortunately this season hasn't really gone to plan from the outset. But next season, you know, we've got everything kind of sorted. We're moving to a different system for the points. So we're going to be moving to the WEC system, which anyone that's unaware, it's quite similar to the F1 points schedule. So it awards the drivers who are up front a lot more than the ones behind. And in terms of points, I'm also looking into awarding extra points for the lowest incident points for a race. We'll be doing an extra point for quali, as well as an extra point for fastest lap per class. So yeah, we've nutted out a few things, and I might keep the rest of it under wraps for the moment. But yeah, I've put a lot of work into what's happening next season, and hopefully everyone will enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. The Endurance Championship, since it started, has had quite a strong following, I would say, because we didn't get the LMDH participation that we would have liked this season, but we've had really strong GT3 season. This is by far the weakest in terms of turnout, but being so late in December, I guess that's and with a lot of the championship positions decided, or at least people knowing that they're not in the championship hunt, I guess that's to be somewhat expected.
Yeah, you've also highlighted a big one there. So another one that my predecessor was quite against, which I can't see an issue with, is including a drop round. So being a virtual sport, which we all take extremely seriously, obviously, real life matters do often collide, and there are overlapping schedules with other races and whatnot. So, looking at incorporating a single drop round for a 5 or 6 race season, which will hopefully keep attendance a little bit higher as well, because yeah, having the championships decided so early on from missing around, it just doesn't facilitate the want to return and keep racing.
Yeah, I think particularly on a weekend, when it's a weekday, a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, less likely people are going to be out on that night if they're not normally available on that night. It's just, I guess, society's less prone to that. But when you get Friday night, Friday night, a Saturday or a Sunday, that's often family time. That's holiday time. People go away for a long weekend. That's when sporting events are on. That's when people are going to go to the Bathurst. That's when they're going to go to the F1 in Melbourne. That's when they're going to go to all sorts of things on the weekend. They're going to have their own racing. That's almost certainly going to be on a weekend. If they're racing go-karts or motorbikes, like our friend from Julie Mookie, whether they're racing whatever, that's going to be on the weekend. So once you get into weekends, I feel like it's much more likely you're going to have a clash, and drop rounds become much more, it's just my personal take, drop rounds make a lot more sense on a weekend compared to even a weekday, and even then a weekday, depending on the length of the championship. Some people will make the argument it's only 6. We only have 5 rounds this time around. Yeah, it's only 5 rounds if you're in the championship. Surely it can be available for 5 rounds, but I don't know about you, I don't have that much choice in the weekends that I'm free. It's just I've been able to commentate, has been lucky in not having anything on these weekends. But when something's on, when it's a holiday or a sporting event or something that you're going to, you don't really have a choice.
Exactly, mate. My schedule, like, I obviously know when these events are happening a long time in advance, but my wife wouldn't have a clue. I do try and line up our ducks, but I can tell you sure as hell that whenever I've got one of these on, she's organised an interstate trip for me. Just how the cookies crumble, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you ever listen to Sam Chapman, he's always having a big bender on the night before an endurance race. That's how he knows they're on, pretty much. It's quite amusing having a chat with him every morning before the start of an endurance. I'm like, how are you going? He's like, yeah, hello. I'm like, oh, and you had another one, did you? But I swear I'm not a drinker. I swear it's the only time ever. So yeah, even something like that, it can be funny how often these things tend to collide. As we've just seen in the background, another spin. Who was that we saw, Daniel?
That was Julian Mookie again.
So just struggling at the moment, mid to 2/3 of the way through the stint for the MDHs, because they do run out of fuel a little bit before the GT3s from memory. So not sure if tire life's playing a little bit into that, a little bit of fatigue. Or what I suspect the car characteristics are starting to change. Perhaps his tyres getting a little bit overheated, and that might be catching Julian out a little bit. So it'd be interesting to see whether he's able to recover from here, or whether he just sort of manages to bring it home to the pit stop and get some fresh boots and get back out there.
One of the big factors, I'm not too sure if you've brought it up, but the life cycle of the server. So we're covering a full day here, so the conditions are changing rapidly here, and I expect that to catch quite a few drivers out, actually.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, we will see really big differences in the running speed of the track throughout the day. I'll expect to see certain stints, those times drop by a second or two or extend by a second or two, and it'll be quite interesting to see how it does work out in the end.
So another thing to point out here is the Link Airways Tech 1 injury. I believe is still in the pits, and they've been in the pits for 9 minutes. Now, I don't know if that's full repairs because they did slam that wall in Indianapolis, or whether or not they've given up. But if I believe if the pit time is still counting, it means they're still in the car, or at least in the server. So if they did have 10 minutes plus of repairs, that is rough.
Yeah, it looks like Dale might have got in the car, so I'm not too sure. I'm hoping they continue on, but I understand being so far behind now, Bit of a fruitless endeavour.
Luke's pushing incredibly hard here to try and catch Magnus Rowning in the Mighty Cucks entry. Bit of a slide coming out of the Porsche curves. And again, it's a shame. I really do hope the ad is competitive because it looks so good. Like it has that attack quality to it. As Rob points out, there is one fast repair, but the thing is, it's a 6-hour event. So I got caught out with this the last time too, when we went around Road Atlanta, which was my teammate Reese had spun and had a little bit of damage, and I chose to wait for the repairs because in case there was a more severe incident later on, and it turns out we didn't have a more severe incident later on, so we wasted that. So it's a balancing game there. You can use your fast repair now, 36 minutes into a 6-hour event, but then if you have a massive prang later on, well, you sort of out of luck with that one. So we'll see how they go. They've probably elected to not do that, except, man, 11 minutes is such a severe penalty.
Yeah, it's huge. It's an absolute killer. You're not gonna get that back. Just there's just no way without a very I mean, around here, very lucky safety car that lets you get a lap back. Maybe, but you're relying on your competitors to make mistakes and just be able to capitalize in it, which isn't where you want to be. But still get back out there. You can still learn a lot for the next season. Learn a lot for the next time you drive the car. Learn a lot for the next time you drive the track. Because even if you change cars, there's going to be things you're going to pick up around a track, little bumps here and there, characteristics that you didn't pick up on before, somewhere you can take a little bit more width than you were before, a curb you can cut a little bit more than you thought you could before getting an off track, those kind of things, you can still pick up those, and you never know what's going to happen. You've got 6 hours, plenty of time for something silly to happen. Maybe the other 5 cars in the DH race all end up in a big crash because they've got the track and the next one's piled into them because they ignore the yellows. You just don't know with a 6-hour race. It's one of the beauties of endurance racing. There's so much time for random events to occur. It's kind of like they have a term in the American political system for I can't remember the exact name for it, but for basically unforeseeable events that just change, flip the election on its head, that have a huge impact on the election. So for instance, COVID would be one of them. Yeah, basically the same thing holds true for endurance races. You don't get it in a sprint race, but in an endurance race, these events, these watershed events, they happen, and so you got to stay in it and see what you can do. And if you're competitive, that's what you're going to do. Interesting to note that because of the nature of the track, you've got all the GT3 cars in the same part of the track. They're all in that bit down from Mulsanne all the way down to the lead car being driven by Matthew Dench just approaching the Porsche curves, and then you've got all the LMDHs currently on the other side of the track. So you've sort of got the two different classes sort of sticking together. LMDH is much more spread out than the GT3s, I do have to say, particularly given the amount of cars in each category. There's 30 seconds between the LMDHs, and because they're faster, that's a bigger spread on the track map. So they're all on the Mulsanne straight now, but some right at the end of it. So at the start of GT3s, you got twice the amount of cars, 3 times the amount of cars, and the field spread in terms of track distances is less than in the LMDHs, but in terms of time is greater. That spread up to 1 minute 7 seconds. Simon Bella in the Pacific Esports Racing Fin 5 entry is behind Matty Dench in Tractor Racing. Matty Dench pulling out his lead. He's put the hammer down. He's really extended at the back end of this stint. That lead up to 11 seconds, looking really good for Tractor Racing to pick up and up and win. At the moment, challenge for Angry Pepper and Alan Hawkson just fading, whether that's just not being able to keep hold of the tyres as well, or Matty Dench changing the amount of fuel savings doing, deciding, you know, I'm going to pull the gap rather than save fuel at this point. Don't know, to a degree, doesn't matter. That challenge is rapidly fading. We're going to have to wait to see if that can change when the second drivers get into the car behind Angry Pepper Racing. Magnus running the bike looks 5.8 seconds behind. Fairly small gap in terms of endurance racing, but big enough that there's going to need to be a pace differential between the drivers in the next stint to try and wheel that back in. But Luke Swan for Iridium Sim Sports 268, contact that he had one of the LMP pages earlier, I believe, One Muppet Racing. He's driving well now. He's 0.3 of a second behind the Mighty Cooks, and that's the closest battle on track practice to only live battle on track right now, and that is what we've got on your screens. We've seen these two cars before. We know that we've got Iridium Sim Sports in the new Audi and Magnus Rowney in the purple and green Merc. And interesting to see he's not sitting in the slipstream there, deciding to pull out instead, which is well, just interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely the move I would have done.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, if you're not significantly alongside halfway down that first section of the Mulsanne, I definitely wouldn't try and do that. You want all the suck, as it were, available to you, so you want to stick right behind. Luke's doing a really good job around the rest of the track, though, so Luke is consistently faster through the sectors in the past couple of laps. So he's doing a really good job. It just seems as though he can't quite get the exits he's looking for. The Mercedes is a big boy, so you have to make sure you get nice and clean on the exit, which is something he hasn't been able to do. So Magnus Rowney is doing a great job just holding him back. All the gaps everywhere else have completely exploded. The LMDHs have come into the pits, though. You can see all the top four pitting. So what's that? 13 laps. So 13 laps is the... Well, 13 laps for... Actually, no, that would be correct. Yes, it's 13 laps because they're the leaders of the race. So that is them done and dusted, which will mean that'll bring at least the top three a little bit closer together. The GT3s, I'm not sure how much further they'll go. Do I have a lap time here for them? No, I don't. Let me see. Laps driven.
So given at Bathurst you could typically do about an hour, you're going to be full throttle here a little bit longer. So I'm guessing the next 5 to 8 minutes we'll probably be seeing the GT3s come in, so around that mark.
Yeah, I think it'll depend a fair bit on whether it lines up nicely, whether their fuel tank size lines up nicely with the laps, so that they come in, with less than a litre of fuel remaining and they pit, or whether it's a case of, I've still got 5 litres of fuel, well, that's not going to get me around a full lap on the Mont, so I need to pit effectively a lap earlier, because a lap around here is a long time. It's 4 minutes, right? So that's quite a big difference if it doesn't quite line up. So we'll see. I'm sure the likes of Matty Dench, they're going to make it line up pretty nicely. They've got the skills, the tool set to be able to make that happen. Some of the drivers further down the field, don't be surprised if they come in a lap or even 2 laps earlier. 2 laps around here is a big ask, but certainly 1 lap is doable. And like I said, if it doesn't line up quite perfectly and it's actually only 1.5 laps, 1.25 laps, then that will look like 2 laps. But actually, it's the fact that they had some fuel left over. They just couldn't get around again to get back to the pits. Will be interesting, and I really like that. It's one of the things I love about this circuit for endurance racing. It's so much more of an effort. You can't always utilize all your tank. You've got to make a conscious effort to utilize all of it to save and get that extra lap, because the punishment is so much larger. But then around a smaller circuit, a circuit where they'd be lapping 1 minute 30s. You're pretty much always going to be able to run your fuel tank down all the way. Because if you've only got 1 lap of fuel, there's not that much fuel left in your tank. You got 0.6 per lap. Around here, that could be 2 laps around a regular circuit, 3 laps potentially. So
it'd be really interesting, like throwing the extrapolating the stints that we've seen so far. So 45 minutes goes into 6 hours pretty nicely. It'd be interesting to see what the GT3s can do, adding a couple of safety cars, which no doubt we're going to see into the mix. And yeah, you're right, there might be a couple of good top-ups near the end that play a major factor in the final outcome of the race.
yeah, absolutely, and it's why I love to see an endurance race around the Nordschleife, because that is going to be taken to the extreme around the Nordschleife. You did get my entry into that.
I did, and my vote as well is for the Nords. Not being a driver, obviously, I'll forego my vote. But yeah, the Nords to me is the most iconic endurance race. Not so much because of attrition anymore, because of the grass model, but it's just the endurance track, isn't it? Like when people think of endurance racing, they think of the Nordschleife. So yeah, hopefully we can string it in there somewhere.
Yeah, I just love it because it's such a unique challenge. It's not a track you can learn by rote. You just can't. It's just too big. Like, I'm sure there's some exceptional people that can learn it by rote, but you've got to be able to, because each time you get to a corner, you've done so much driving in between that you have got more wear. You're almost never going to approach a corner where the track conditions are going to be almost identical, and your wear's going to be almost identical. It's always going to change. So it's almost the closest we can get to doing a point to point.
100%.
And I think there's something special for me about that, but it is painful when you crash.
Yeah, it really is. I personally was very fortunate when I chose to learn the Nords. It was right on when they released the active reset tool, and I can tell you, sectors 8 and 11 would have seen more resets than most people have ever hit that button in their lives. So it's a incredibly difficult track to learn, especially if you're not a avid runner of the car that you're trying to learn as well. If I might talk about the points, it's actually really, really interesting. So the fight for second in the GT3s, given Tractix Racing have taken out the championship of the GT3s already, but the fight for second. So at the moment we have the Mighty Cucks in P3. I believe they're still here. Yep. So the Mighty Cucks in P3, they'll be sitting on 105 points projected forward. And Tractix Racing, who are surging forward, they've already mentioned that they're trying to push for a second or a third place here. In seventh, they're sitting on 97 points. So if they can manage to get to their to second place, the Mighty Cucks would need to win to take out second place. So yeah, interesting to follow. There's also tight battles. So Barbecue Motorsport and Angry Pepper Racing. Barbecue Motorsport's currently sitting in 6th and Angry Pepper's in 2nd. They're both tied up for P4 on 89 points. So yeah, a few little things to follow throughout the race. It'll be quite interesting to see how we go.
Yeah, it's definitely the thing that I noticed when I was looking at the points, doing a bit of homework before this stream. That's the interesting battle that's live, right? In the LMDH, you've only had 3 or 4 cars that have been consistently turning up. So really, what you're looking for there is the outright victory, and there is a battle going on there, but that's kind of been killed by Stonks Racing not showing up. So it's not much to play for on the LMDHs at the moment, particularly given the differences in the amount of rounds that they're willing to run for. In the GT3s, like we said, you got Tractix Racing out front, but that battle for second, it's so close between so many cars, and it really is. One car gets an amazing result. One car's able to get a second or third place, and the others in two or three of the correct cars come into trouble. You could see some really big movements. Teams jumping up 5 positions and taking out second. So it's really, really interesting, and I'm really keen to see how those live points develop throughout this race.
I'll just go back to talking about the Nordschleifer as we were. So I learnt that track by pure attrition. I did 2 24-hour Nürburgring events, and that's how I learnt that track. And so now I know it like the back of my hand. But do any of you want to take a guess as to how many turns the 24-hour layout has?
Oh Lord, it's a bit too early for math, isn't it?
So do numbers go that high?
only one time, and it's this. So the 24-hour layout of the Nürburgring, which is of course the Nordschleife, the North Loop, and also the GP circuit, is 170 turns.
That's many.
So yeah, that's why people think of it as the insurance capital, because there are just so many turns that, side by side, are they going to come in contact with each other? No, they just missed. So Team Therapy and Pacific Esports giving a nice little drag race towards the first chicane of the Mulsanne, and they gave each other decent room. I thought Simon Vella might be able to sneak up on the inside, but just missing out. So still racing down at the back end of the pack, actually the back end of the GT3 pack. The only battle at the moment, Tractix Racing AM are closing up to the Barbecue Motorsport Australia entry. but they are outside that 5/10 mark, so they've still got a little bit of work to go. As we are nearing the 1 hour mark of the 6 hour event, ILEC Motorsport leading the pack in the GTP class, and Tractix Racing, driven by Matthew Dench, is well and truly ahead of the GT3s.
Yeah, and just going back to that battle for second in the GT3s, I'm looking at the live points as we speak. According to the final round live standings spreadsheet, we currently have the Mighty Cooks taking out second place on 105 points as things stand. Tractors Racing AM in third place on 97 points, so very, very tight between the two of them. Then you've got Barbecue Motorsports Australia and Angry Pepper on 89 and Breadline on 87. So it's very, very close between those 5 entries, and particularly if the Mighty Cooks do sorry, I'm just watching it being updated as we speak. So that was with the Mighty Cooks in third place. They are currently in fourth place, so it's even closer than I thought. They're down to 102 points, so all it takes is Mighty Cooks to fall one spot or two. If Breadline can get ahead of Tractors Racing AM, if Barbecue Motorsport Australia can make a move, they can get ahead of the Mighty Cooks. Or if Angry Pepper Racing can
Sorry, Dedge just come into the pits, so they get 52 minutes.
And I expect, as Denji's going to the pits, that means every other driver is going to be coming into the pits. I imagine. No, there's a car continuing on.
Yeah, interesting. The Mercedes, the fuel guzzler. So this will be interesting to see if they can get a, what is that, pushing them out to a 56-minute lap. If they can project that forward and take a couple of safety cars into account, yeah, interesting. Because you've got to remember, the safety cars around here, parade laps take a long time, and you're very light on the gas during those safety car laps. So this could play out nicely for them.
And there's been a change in the rules around the safety cars, has there not, for this round?
Not so much.
Not so much?
The one, not really a rule change, but just trying to take into account, trying to take some randomness out of the safety cars. So if there is a car that's involved in an accident that requires towing, and they have unfortunately not listened to my instructions and tow without asking, beg my pardon, then apart from getting disqualified, we will call a safety car, and I will do a minimum 2-lap safety car for that one. We'll bunch the field and we will put the just do the normal safety car thing. So it takes some of the randomness out of the race. There's already been an accident. That accident has put a car in a position that is no longer able to be driven. So there is always going to have been a safety car, and now we're just ensuring that there is a safety car. If that made sense.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. That seems like a sensible rule change. If somebody does something wrong, it shouldn't change the safety cars. It was always intended to be if somebody has to tow, there's a safety car, because to me, with the fact that you've got recovery vehicles on track, that's what the whole towing thing is meant to simulate. So it makes a lot of sense to me. Just want to call out, so there has been a driver change for Tractors Racing. Matty Dench hopping out of the car, Thomas Whiting hopping into Tractors Racing. They are third on track as it stands. 2 cars didn't pit, 2 of the Mercs. Angry Pepper Racing and Barbecue Motorsport Australia both went on. Both interesting because they are both in that battle for second place in the championship. And Barbecue Motorsport Australia were not far behind the Mighty Cooks on track before this round of pits. So it's going to be really interesting to see where they come out in relation to the Mighty Cooks in particular, because they are the car in the driver's seat for second place. If that battle is to become more live, if more cars are going to get involved in that battle, not only do they need to go up the standings themselves, they need the Mighty Cooks to drop. That is the linchpin for that battle. So that is who you want to be focusing. If you focus on one thing this race, focus on one car's position, that is the car to focus on, because they have the most to win and the most to lose. Angry Pepper Racing and Barbecue Motorsport Australia. So Angry Pepper Racing just approaching the Porsche curves, so looking good at the moment to get that extra lap in, get back to the pit lane, and it'll be interesting to see where they pop out, and like you said, how that plays out, because if we do get a safety car, well, that could flip the whole script on its head. If get a safety car, that could mean they do one less stop. That could put them ahead of Tractors Racing. That could put them ahead of your Barbecue Motorsports. They could go into second place. That's where they're sat at the moment. They could leap way into the top 5. So that's going to be the key story that's going to unravel over the time that we're away from the stream, I believe. Or it might be the story that we see come to a conclusion when we return for the last hour of the race, which will be from, correct me if I'm wrong, it'll be from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because all of the endurance races have been scheduled so that they finish at the same time rather than starting at the same time. They all finish at 4 p.m. deadline, which always catches me out because I keep forgetting there's a time difference between Adelaide and the Eastern States, and I definitely almost got caught out and missed the start of a stream in one of the rounds because I was running half an hour later than I thought I was running. But not this time. This is Alan Holgerson, so as expected, Angry Pepper Racing and Barbecue Motorsports Australia, both diving into pits. Wayne Hewitt and Daniel Hill, both in pit lane. And now we just wait to see Thomas Martin for Tractors Racing, definitely going to retake the lead of the race. Iridium Sim Sports probably going to get through. What about the Mighty Cooks? What about Quantum? What about Tractors Racing AM? Let's wait and see. And particularly given they got a bit of traffic, so at the moment the hypercars just catching up to the GT3 field again.
So interestingly enough, just looking at the numbers here, so there's been about a minute 13.5-second average pit stop. And if we're having a look when these lads coming into the pits, that'd push them to about the 58-minute mark per stint. So yeah, definitely if they get a safety car and they can keep doing this, they will be in good standing.
Or if they can just extend one stint by one more lap. Take the pain.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you know what I mean? Take the pain of saving the fuel, take the pain of the couple of seconds a lap, and you save yourself 40 seconds. You know,
is it even possible though? Like we're looking at
How
the
does the
fuel
math work
master. We're looking at the fuel master that's come in on the same lap as the majority of the cars. Mr. Dench himself. Yeah, interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. So they have extended that lead a little bit through the pit stop phase out to 15 seconds over Angry Pepper Racing, being driven by Wayne Hewitt. Iridium is in third. The Mighty Cook's still in fourth. Barbecue Motorsports sliding back into fifth place on track for the GT3s. Ahead of Tractors Racing AM, so that's crucial in that battle for second place. Tractors Racing AM 1.6 seconds behind Barbecue Motorsports Australia. There was a battle brewing in the LMDH as the Cali lads were catching up to the Kidney Stone Brothers Racing, but they've dropped back down to 4.5 seconds back. So I'm not sure if a mistake's been made in the last couple of laps there, or whether I just misread things. But I thought they were getting within a second at one point, not too long ago.
No, it doesn't look like any mistakes were made. Just Guy is ever so slightly quicker, I guess. This has brought a bit of a gap.
Yeah, so this will be a strong result for the Keystone Brothers in second place at the moment. They'll look to keep hold of that. In the GT3 field, at the back of the field, there's definitely been a few mistakes because those cars are all really spread out now. So there's 17 seconds between Tractors Racing AM and Timothy Teng in the Tech 1 Sharp Extensive IT entry. Then there's another 14 seconds back to Breadline, another 17 seconds back to Simon Vella. Interesting to note, John Jennings continuing in the Breadline Racing car for another stint. Most other teams looking like they've changed their drivers other than Quantum Motorsports, Barbecue Motorsports and Mighty Cooks. They've all kept the same driver as has Angry Pepper. No, sorry, Angry Pepper's changed. It was Alan Holgerson for the first stint, and it's now Wayne Hewitt. So most teams electing to change drivers. The occasional team going for a double stint, which is going to be difficult for those drivers. You know, 2 hours of racing, going to be pretty tired by the end of it. Look for those drivers to be in risk of making a mistake at around the 1.5 hour mark to the 2 hour mark, because that's when they're really going to feel it. You know, you do races by yourself, a long sprint race or a standard race, you talk about an hour and a half. So once you hit that hour and a half, you're getting into uncharted territory a lot of the time for these drivers, or at least irregular territory. So that's when you're going to see mistakes. This is Joshua Robertson. He's looking to get through the GT3 field, was nice and patient behind there, doesn't go for a crazy lunge at the inside, waited for the next straight and got through safely. That's what we like to see. It is the onus is on the hypercar to get through safely. The GT3 cars do not have to move. They can just keep racing. They can almost just pretend the LMDH car doesn't exist. It's on the LMDH car to get through safely. And in fact, pretending they don't exist is often the best way to make it safe, because then you are predictable, because you were just following the racing line. And if the hypercar knows you're going to be on the racing line or something close to it, they can adjust, they can get through. They've got so much extra pace, they do not need the racing line to get past you, so just let them do their thing.
Looks like we've had a change of the lead as well for the GTPs. Bit of an unforced error there into the final fiddly section for Kidney Stone Brothers Racing.
Yes, that's a change for second place, isn't it? With Kidney Stone Brothers dropping behind Cadillacs. I like Motorsports still in the lead and they got a healthy lead of 20 seconds now that Kidney Stone Brothers Racing made a mistake. But that's going to be gutting, just as he was singing Guy Leach's praises for just lapping it a little bit faster than the car behind. Let's see what they've done here.
Just trying to grab too much track and open up that final chicane a bit too much, maybe.
Yeah, and crossing over into the pit lane. Hopefully they don't pick up an extra penalty for that.
Looks like they've avoided that one.
Still like that. This is Christopher Halsoy, Tractors Racing AM, putting pressure on Barbecue Motorsport Australia. So this is an important battle for that second place in the championship. Definitely going to fight this one, even though it's an endurance race. You do not want to let Tractors Racing AM get any more positions than they need at the end of the day. They are tied going into this round. They were tied with the Mighty Cooks for second place even. So you don't want to let them get any more positions than they need to. So if I was a Barbecue, I'd be thinking, usually I wouldn't fight this. Usually I'd let them through so early on. Giving us Tractors Racing AM, I'm going to put up a bit more of a fight. Not going to risk the car, but I'd be willing to slow myself down a little bit if I thought there was a genuine chance of just breaking the spirit of the car behind and getting them to accept that they're going to sit behind you for a while. Which is definitely a thing that you can do just in the psychology of the race. You can definitely break the spirit of the car trying to attack and make them resign themselves to just sitting behind you, make them convince themselves that actually I don't need that extra 3 or 4 tenths a lap faster than I am at this stage. I'll sit behind and save fuel. If you can stop them getting past straight away, but I think it's going to be difficult around this circuit, giving Christopher Halsoy definitely a very, very, very good driver. But he's not making a move there. Can't get a bit of a wiggle on. I think he was caught out a little bit by the breaking point in the Merc head. They had to slam the brakes a little bit harder than they would like to avoid going in the back end. That's how I would read that bit of a wiggle from the car behind. So, yeah, I'm not going to want to do that too many times because that could end in tragedy. And I think what we'll do with the broadcast, I think we'll just stay and see if we're going to get a bit of a resolution to this battle in the next few laps. Then we'll take a healthy break and we'll come back to you at around 3 o'clock, probably a little bit before 3, and we will bring you the last hour of this race as we normally do for the Login Systems Endurance Championship. But while we're watching this, let's go through all of the sponsors and make this broadcast, the final broadcast of the GSRC for 2023 possible. We've got Flash Graphics, M-Wave Australia, who provide all of your computing needs. Login Systems, the sponsors of the Endurance Championship. Orbic Australia. Waste Options. Lobesy Racing. Player One India. And Sprayton Cider.
We have a special guest, Liam, before we go on break.
We do have a special guest. You'll recognise his voice if you've been watching the Monday night broadcasts. You'll recognise his voice if you've been watching the Endurance Championship broadcasts throughout this season. It is, of course, the fastest man in the GT3 at the GSRC. It is Matty Dench. Matty, how you going?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. It's a pretty good first stint, I think, for the start of the race.
Oh, I mean, you can't ask for much more, can you? Getting the lead out into double digits in seconds and just barely putting a foot wrong all race. Were you surprised to see Angry Pepper and the Barbecue Motorsport go an extra lap?
The first couple laps, I started saving a little bit, but it looked like I'm going to have to save quite a bit more, so I decided to just run flat out. Yeah, as soon as I saw Alan get that slowdown, end of lap 4, yeah, we just went full speed from there.
Yeah, see, that was a bit of a tactical decision to try and build out that gap as much as we could, rather than fuel save for stint 1.
Yeah, like it's always more enjoyable to try and run the car as fast as you can, rather than just doing a Sunday drive with the fuel saving. But yeah, so we've pretty much locked in our choice of running flat out now, though. So
I do enjoy that you say doing a Sunday drive, and it is actually Sunday, so it actually makes a bit more sense than when people usually use that saying. Yeah, so you're looking at that'll be a six stops then to get to the end, because you'll need a smash and
Yeah,
dash at the end, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Any worries about potentially a safety car reducing that to 5 stops for the cars that do go that 1 lap longer in a stint, or will you be going? Do you think you'll try and extend that 1 extra lap in the rest of your stints?
Depending where the safety car comes out in terms of like if it's on the hour or something, it could benefit us quite a lot. Otherwise, it probably will hurt us a bit. So we'll have to hopefully it just doesn't come out.
Yeah, that'll always be the thing that you're hoping for, given that you're in the lead. When you're in the lead, the less of those random events that occur, the better. And how's Thomas Martin's pace around this track? Looks like he's extending that lead on Wayne Hewitt in the first couple of laps.
Yeah, pretty good. In practice, he was only 3-4 tenths behind my time. So yeah, once he gets a couple of laps under his belt, he'll get back into those 57s, I think.
Yeah, excellent. And is it just the two of you today, or do you have a third driver?
Just us two.
And splitting it evenly?
Yeah, I think we're just going to go stint for stints.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. And before I let you go, let's go. What are your Christmas plans? Got anything exciting coming up?
We'll probably just sit on the sim and knock out some officials, see if we can't get up to that 8,000 I rating.
And just say that's on your screen now as Krista Halsoy for the Trackless Racing AM entry, getting past Bob Kimmel, Sports Australia. That's the battle we've been looking at for a few laps now. They finally got it done. Be interested to see whether Rob Hill can stay behind, stick with him, or whether he's going to be able to break away now that whether Trackless Racing AM are going to be able to break away now that they've got clean track space. And this is important because it is effectively for points in that battle for second in the GT3 championship. So back to you, Ben Dench. Looking ahead to next season, next year, we're only a few weeks away from it. Got any surprises coming up for next year? Looking to try any new cars, or just going to be sticking to your old and faithfuls, the GT3s, the Porsche, and really just continuing to extend your dominance in those categories?
Mainly GT3. If the Porsches are on some fun tracks, we'll turn up. But said that last season as well, and we turned up for most of them. So we'll just sort of see how that one plays out.
And did you do the feedback form for the Endurance Championship? And if you did, what did you say?
I did. My memory's not the greatest. I think I said during safety cars to do waiver rounds for anyone that's lap down or whatever.
Yeah, you definitely did. They it's been a lot of feedback actually. It's been fantastic. Thank you for your input as well, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what does get absorbed for next season, and not what gets ignored, but what we don't go with. I'm sure, like you said, there's a few threads that were common across quite a few of the drivers that are going to be teased out and should make their way into next season. And I mean, I'm pretty confident the GT3 class is going to be back. We'll wait and see whether they're going to be joined by anything else. But are you definitely planning to run the Endurance Championship again next season, Matty Dench?
Yeah, we'll jump in again. We might be on with a different team, or if Simon's back, we might run with him. We'll have to sort of play that by ear.
Yeah, excellent. I'm sure even if you do end up going to a different team, it'll be interesting to see the pace of Tractix Racing, because you've obviously been working with them all season long, and I dare say every driver in that team will have picked up pace thanks to just your help with over the course of the season. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do if you do move on to a different squad for next season.
Yeah, it'll be good to see them keep going and keep improving for sure.
All right, awesome. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated. I do hope you'll join us in the post show as well, or in the final stint if you're not in the car. And I'll talk to you again later today.
All right, well, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you very much. So that was Matty Dent of Tractix Racing, the out-and-out runaway leader of the GT3 Championship for many seasons now in the GSRC. He's also won many of the Porsche Cup Championships back-to-back. Just an absolutely phenomenal driver, and a driver who's always generous with his time on the broadcast. And two other drivers I've seen him sharing sharing his setups for the Porsche Cup, for instance, with other drivers, taking time to tutor and help other drivers in the GT3s. Definitely definitely one of the, I'd say one of the good guys of the GSRC, as well as being potentially definitely in the argument for the fastest driver at the GSRC. Probably is all round. Although there's a few drivers that can give him a run for his money, particularly when we get him out to the GT3 or a Porsche Cup.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting to watch back if you haven't seen that car, Liam. The Race of Champions, which we just held. Oh gosh, I think that was last week. Absolutely fascinating. That was one of the funnest streams that I've actually been part of. Just watching, it's great racing all up and down the field. Don't get me wrong, but just to highlight the top four, every race, the same four guys were just rubbing doors. It was awesome.
And can I take a guess at who that was? Because I actually
Yeah,
missed
go for
that stream. I'm gonna be betting that we had. Or as soon as I say that, I've got the people's name. I've got the people in my. I got like the concept of the person in my head, and all the names are just absolutely fled my brain. It's John Merritt. Was he up there?
Yep. Johnny actually took it out, so he had to
there we
work
go.
his way. He had to work his way into actually qualifying because it's been a rather dry spell for championships for John. So he had to go to the the words are escaping me, but yeah, he had to go to the night before to actually qualify, and yeah, he came and qualified. So good thing.
Yeah, Matty Dench.
Yes, Matty Dench. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or other two are harder to pick actually.
The other two are harder to pick. They're not so much mainstays in the GSRC as much as they have been in the past. So we had Trent Laves, who obviously took out the GT4s, has taken out the GT4s pretty much every time he's raced. And then we had Hobbo back to defend his title. So yeah, just awesome racing all around.
Yeah, excellent. It is a cool thing. That's one thing I would love to see is more of those one-off special events from the GSRC, because I think it's just like really. What I heard about it was really cool. I did end up missing the cast just because of other things I was doing, but I don't know. They add a bit of something special, don't they? They build a little bit of the community, the GSRC. They add to the story, beyond what the just the leagues can do by themselves.
Exactly, and we're in a weird. I say weird. We're in a good position that we actually run a lot of different championships. So, actually getting all of those the people that have won those championships together isn't something that many other clubs can do. Because they only run a couple of championships. So, yeah, running a whole heap of different categories. So we ran dirt, oval, and then track. Just really drew it out the strengths and weaknesses of all those drivers. It was really cool.
Excellent. All right, we will wrap up the broadcast here. Just as we're leaving, we do have Iridium Sim Sports 268 making their comeback after that contact with the LMDH. They're into third place. They're putting pressure on when you're out for racing for seconds. So we'll see how that ends up when we come back to you in about 3 hours and 45 minutes time. Until then, I'm Liam Banks doing the production. Thank you for standing in. It's been a pleasure commentating alongside you so far. It's Daniel Prayasar, and then in the booth for the last half hour or so, we've had Josh Juno, who's been hopped in last minute to run the Endurance Championship after the person who started the season running the championship had to step away due to other commitments. So thank you so much, Josh, for what you've been doing, and really looking forward to seeing what you and Chapo bring to the championship next season. So until we speak to you again in 3 hours and 45 minutes time, I'll say goodbye from the three of us, goodbye from GSRC, goodbye from Login Systems Endurance Championship. We will see you in a few hours time. Welcome back, everyone, to the final stanza of GSRC Endurance Racing this season. We are back at round 5 of the Logging Systems Endurance Championship. We are 5 hours in to the 6 hours of the Circuit de la Sarve, and there's been a few changes we need to take you through while we've been away from the commentary box. There was an incident involving a safety car. Now, everything went according to our own rules and handbook around how safety cars go. However, due to some of the behavior of iRacing, there were some penalties that were unable to be cleared by race control, and these affected the two leading cars in the GT. Two of the leading cars, Tractix Racing, who were well clear, have been pulled back by that. They basically ended up at the rear of the field after the safety car incident. GSRC would like to apologise for this. It's not good enough. We'll do better in the future, but it's just how it was. Just a bit of bad luck, and it's one of those things that it's hard to. Other than going to a physical safety car, there's not much that can be done about it. And going to a manually driven safety car obviously requires us getting more staff on board, etc., etc., etc. It is being looked at, but them's the breaks. So, Tractix Racing have recovered to the lead, but you'll notice that lead is quite small. And importantly, we believe they did not take a full tank at the last stop. So we think their next stop will be longer than their competitors. Will they come out ahead? Given they've got a 17-second gap, there's a solid chance they will. However, we won't know until they get to the final stops, which for Tractix Racing will be very, very soon, given we think they're going to have to pit on the critical lap to get to the end. Breadline Racing have also done a similar tactic. They did not take a full amount of fuel the last stop. They're currently in second. Will they remain in second once the final stops occur? We'll have to wait and see. First car running a more traditional strategy where they've just been taking full fuel. The first car that's only going to have to do a splash and dash is Alan Holgerson and Angry Pepper Racing. So watch them for a cheeky opportunity at a first or a second place. So, lot to play for there. In the hypercars, the Cadillacs lead from iLeg Motorsport. iLeg Motorsport, I believe, another car that were disadvantaged by that safety car and the peculiarities of how iRacing throws out penalties during a safety car. They are second to Cadillacs, who have an 11.8 second lead. So watch for that battle to come alive for the end of this race, because we know ILAC have had brilliant pace all race long. One Muppet Racing in third, and just before we came on air, we saw Julian Muckey for Sharp EIT Solutions by Tech 1 overtake the Kidney Stone brothers to mark what has been a brilliant recovery from an early couple of spins to recover from 5th to 4th place, and they're now up 2 spots from their starting position. The last storyline we need to follow is that battle for second in the GT3 Championship. Currently, Tractix Racing AM are doing enough to take second, whilst Breadline Racing are in second place, but only by 3 points. So any change of position for Breadline or Tractix Racing AM in particular could change that equation. Angry Pepper Racing, they're not out of it. They're only another 11 points behind. They do need Breadline and Tractix Racing AM to come across some misfortune, but as has occurred in the last 5 hours, sometimes random things happen that mean cars looking really good for victory all of a sudden have a much tougher afternoon on their hands. That is what has occurred. So we'll follow that through to the end, and following that with me will be Daniel Creasar, who jumped onto producing last minute and is also providing co-coms. Daniel, I know you watched a bit of it whilst we were away. Were there any incidents of note you want to take us back through?
So the only major incident of note was the one that was, I believe it was Mitch Williams was driving. He was driving for the Mighty Cucks, where his car went too hard into Indianapolis and ended up hitting the barrier and flipping over, which is what caused the safety car. And then there were a couple of others, fairly easy ones, with ILEC spinning, which allowed, I think at the time it was Kidney Stone that went past, but yeah, they had a couple of spins there. And that was Chris Hand behind the wheel. And just trying to think of what the other one was. I believe Brock Kelly also had a spin from Breadline. So Yeah, there's been a couple of incidents here and there as we see Luke Swan trying to gain position. So this is the only fight for position at the moment, is between Iridium and Tractix AM. That is Luke Swan and Greg Brooks. So Greg Brooks is doing a great job in the race so far, up 7 positions from where he started. But all in all, it's been fairly eventful, but most of the night racing was nice and in line. And then as the sun come up, and we've got 1 hour left to go on that clock, maybe we'll start to see some more desperation moves. Luke Swan on the inside. No, he has to give way.
I cannot believe there was in contact there. That looked like contact to me the whole way through, but then somehow they managed to get through clean. Certainly, Tractix Racing AM being driven by Greg Brooks, which is the car well, to the right in the shot, has got a lot more to lose than Iridium. Iridium, they're just fighting for out-and-out glory in this race. Tractix Racing AM, they've got to think about the championship. So if one of them's going to yield, it's going to be Tractix Racing AM. You've got to believe, and I wonder if that was not a factor in what we saw there with Iridium being quite ballsy down the inside. They just know they've got nothing to lose and just everything to gain in this race. In terms of pace, in the hypercars, it does look like Arlec Motorsport have a pace advantage over Cadillac, so watch for that gap to drop. That's what we want to see in terms of, for us as viewers, getting a battle for the lead by the end of this race. In the GT3s, Matty Dench, you won't be surprised here, fastest man on track last time round by a clear margin, and Angry Pepper Racing looking okay, but quite a differential lap times through the GT3 class, so I'm going to wait a couple more laps and try and bring those paces in place, bring more of those pace differentials to you, just once I've got a better idea what the picture is, rather than going off just one lap, because there's a very, very wide difference of about 10 seconds between fast and slow cars, and that seems abnormal to me, so I won't trust that quite yet. And on screen, we're just going to continue to watch this battle between Iridium Sim Sports and Tractix Racing AM. As the sun rises over the Circuit de la Sarthe. Can we get the server time up? Here we go, so there you go, it's 8:56 AM, so definitely approaching mid-morning now, going to brighten up as we go through this last hour, which is 4 hours in real time, so we'll take you through to about 12:30 in server time. The wind stayed constant throughout, and that temperature is nice and cool at the moment, so expect to see some pretty decent lap times.
But the gaps have really blown out here in the GT3 class. Tractix Racing up ahead by 30 seconds, whereas Luke Swan gets a much better exit out of the corner here. Greg Brooks is going to try and defend on the outside, because he'll have a better line into the next corner. No, Luke Swan gets it done, blocks him off on the line and runs through down towards the Mulsanne. And so that's a good move there from Iridium, up into P5 now. Tractix AM drops down 1, but they will have the benefit of the draft in the first part of the Mulsanne, so watch closely as that Ferrari 296 will tuck in behind. And here we go, out to the side, foot to the floor. He hasn't passed him quite. There we go. Nose ahead.
But can Iridium fight back that?
Oh,
Question. They're
they come across too early. I believe there was contact there.
There definitely was. There was definitely contact.
So it doesn't look like anybody got damage. But there was definitely contact between the two. Luke Swan now is going to try and side draft right up alongside, and considering the speed he just did that, I believe Greg gave him that position. Maybe just backed off a little bit. I'm not too sure, but he did move past at quite a rate of knots, so I'm not sure exactly what the difference was there. In any case, the position switched back yet again, so Iridium back up to P5. Again, the only real battle happening on the track right now, it seems. John Baldwin. It's a bit of an off-track excursion. Here we go. Driving for Kidney Stone Brothers. Down to the braking zone. First part. And has to take the scenic route over the sand.
Yeah, so easy to do that. You're going at such a fast pace through there. No ABS on those hypercars. Very easy to just get the braking wrong. Brake a little bit late or put on your brakes a little bit too hard and end up locking your wheels. And that's kind of what we saw there. We saw him just getting the braking wrong and decided to bail out rather than risk going into a spin, hitting the barriers, bringing out a safety car and causing more havoc in a race that had plenty of havoc whilst we were away doing other things and taking a break from the comments box. But none of these drivers get to take a break.
So, Liam, I just have another thing to report. Unfortunately, I do believe there was a black flag served incorrectly. So, Kidney Stone Brothers black flagged for that contact, and they pulled into their pit box with a pit. So they'll be coming in again for too long.
Yeah, they should have. They're right because they should have served the drive-through.
Yes, correct.
Oh, what's happened here? Matt Schmidtke.
But the Cadillacs.
Oh, just a nice and easy spin.
Weird to see it spin so late. Because it wasn't mid-corner, it was on the exit, so it's just as he's got the power down. I'm just wondering that the bulk of the hypercar field has completed another stop. That stop should take them to the end of the race, just about. So, Cadillacs, Ilek, one Muppet, and Kidney Stone. Of course, Kidney Stone are going to have to make another drive-through, so that's really going to hurt them. They're going to fall off the back of this field. Julian looking for Sharp EIT Solutions in the lead at the moment, but that is because they've got a pit stop in hand, so they need to... They have got a pit stop in arrears, apologies, so they're going to have to do another pit stop, and that will drop them back down into 4th place, I would imagine. But that battle between Cadillacs and Ilek, it was coming down anyway. Given that spin we just saw the Cadillacs have, that is back down to 1.5 seconds, that gap. So we're going to have a live race for the effective lead of the hypercars in a couple of minutes' time. Until then, we'll continue to bring this
Oh, Greg Brooks is slid!
Did he hold it?
I'm not sure.
I think he has. I think that the gap between the two of them would be growing by a large margin had he not managed to keep it pointing roughly the right way. But that could be a deciding moment in the battle for 2nd place in the championship, because I think with that incident, Redline are now effectively in 2nd place in the championship, judging by their positions right now on track.
Yes, it just took way... Oh, yeah, he's done that well, actually. He's lost speed, but kept it out of any of the barriers. Just moved forward, so...
That was quite spectacular. That's going to go on the highlight wheel, I think. Well, that's what pressure does, isn't it? They've been fighting so hard for so many laps. One of them was going to make a big mistake at some point, and it was Tractus Racing AM just feeling the heat from the car behind, not wanting to scrub off any more speed than they needed to, going into the fast right-hander, just getting the calculation wrong, and carrying a bit too much speed. Thankfully, did a really good job not to turn a, shall we call a medium-sized error, into a large error, but taking them out of the running for that position, dropping them 2.5 seconds back. So unless they can come up with a clear pace differential, they're not going to be able to get that position. Like, that live battle is no longer live. They can get back within Slipstream within a few laps if they have a pace advantage, but do they have that pace advantage? We do not know. We're going to have to wait and see.
Well, here's the front battle of the GTP. So the Sharp EIT Solutions entry has come into the pits for their pit stop, which means the Cadillacs have retaken the lead of this race, but Ilek are well and truly right behind them on their tail. Underneath the 1 second mark, there is the red, green, and black car driven by Funslow. Baldwin's just coming up to some traffic here at the back end of the circuit. Should be able to overtake that without issue.
These two cars at the front of the hypercar field, Cadillac and Arlac Motorsport, are effectively 1-2 in the championship at the moment. Cadillac's taking out the championship with Stonks not appearing tonight. Anything short of retirement will be enough for Cadillac, and even in retirement, I think will be enough. However, just like any good champion, they're going to want to go out with a win. Nobody wants to win the championship and not win the final race of the season, so they're going to do what they can to try and keep Arlac Motorsports behind them.
So both Cadillacs, so they'll be both equal in power as they race down the second part of the Mulsanne. Ilac's doing a really good job here. Probably has a little bit better deploy, whether or not they have more battery, I'm not too sure, but they've gained a lot of time coming down here, so now within 3/10. As the clock winds down, 45 minutes to go. And wow, Ilac Bunslow here is getting a much better exit out of some of these corners. So as they come around the next turn, out on the brake. And they want to take it easy. It's very, very easy to spin and light up those rear tyres. I like have done it once before here. Nice use. A little sideways from the Cadillacs. And now they've got to be very wary of Indianapolis. Of the heavy braking zone. So he's tucking right there. We saw Brock Kelly make a move on the inside earlier on in the race in the GT3s. Will they have the same idea in the GTPs? I believe not. No, they'll just go down into the braking zone again. Nice and easy. Well done. So we haven't really seen a close battle from the front pretty much all race. Now that we're in the back end of the event, it looks like it's really heating up. So as we proceed here, hopefully it'll be nice and clean between these two. Then we should have a cracker to the line.
Yeah, that's the dream scenario. I just want to call out, after that battle with Tractus Racing AM, Iridium Sim Sports getting on with it and closing the gap to Quantum Motorsports, powered, driven by Aiden Schultz at the moment, to within half a second. So there's two live battles on track. This battle here and a battle for third in the GT3s. One other thing which could have off while we were off air, the Mighty Cooks did retire from the race with that incident that Daniel was describing before. And of course, you'll remember the Mighty Cooks were in that battle for second place in the championship, so they will not be taking home that. And it looks like they will be resigned to, at best, 6th place in the championship. This is Luke Swan right behind Aiden Schultz, basically pushing him down the straight. Go for the cutback, trying to get a better exit. Succeeds. Is right behind Schultz.
So again, Indianapolis. So be very careful of the braking zone here. Might be able to clear him beforehand. I think the Audi's in front by just enough. No, they are truly side by side. Oh, of course, it would cut. The GTPs having their own battle now.
And they're side by side as well. We've got two battles side by side. At the moment, Luke Swan is ahead of Aiden Schultz.
Oh, good job.
And that's Ilek ahead of Cadillacs. So two moves taking place almost simultaneously on different parts of the racetrack, with Iridium getting up into third in the GT3s and Ilek getting into the lead of the LMDH class.
So considering some of the issues that Iridium have had throughout this race, being P3 at the moment is no small feat. Of course, they do still have to pit, so it will go back and forth. As we see the two battles evolving here, Ilek has managed to almost bring it up to a second now, so Cadillacs really have to put the foot down and maintain that gap. Whereas Aiden Schultz right now is doing an okay job, 4/10 behind the Audi. We thought the Audi was lagging earlier on, but it seems to have the pace. And I mean, Matthew Dench is driving an Audi, so he's right up there in front, coming back from a 4-minute penalty that was given by iRacing due to some unfortunate circumstances of the safety car. we go. Matt Schmidtke.
Yeah, and now with a 1 minute lead. So read into that. Read into that what you will. Here we go, Cadillac's coming back at ILEC. Cadillac's championship leaders. ILEC leaders of the race. Both these teams want to have championships. There are plenty of bragging rights on for sale in this battle, as displayed by ILEC there, using all the track and a little bit more, not wanting to scrub off any more speed than they need to, because they want this victory. They want to sign off the championship in style, and they want to make a statement to Cadillacs that they will be coming for them next season.
Both of these guys doing a great job so far. And you can just see how much they're pushing around some of these curves. The speed at which these cars go around them is crazy. And the Cadillac's hitting the grass. Luckily for them, with those physics changes, that's no longer a death sentence. So it's nice to be able to have some confidence in the car when it does accidentally touch the green bit to the circuit.
Don't these cars just look absolutely spectacular? I really hope that if these do continue into next season, that we're able to get a better grid, because just look at them, they're magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. They go from strength to strength in real life, bringing all sorts of big names in to compete in WEC next year. Most recently announced Jensen Button making a full-time return to racing to come and join the hypercar hype train, and hopefully we can... if these do continue next season, we can utilize that and get a few more drivers in here, because even with the low numbers, we've had some really cracking battles. The cars are an absolute blast to drive. I love driving them. They're a heap of fun. And I really love to see more of you guys out there next season rocking these beasts and showing us just how well you can tame them.
There's also a nice wide variety in the grids as well, with all of the GTPs thus far in being available on iRacing service. Lamborghini also unveiled theirs, so hopefully that'll get added at some point. And who is left? There's another couple of companies that are left that still need to announce theirs. There's Alpine, I think.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we get the WEC variants. Obviously, there must be a deal with IMSA, I believe, in iRacing, given that we have some naming rights to some series. So, yeah, we currently field the IMSA cars, but yeah, if we get the WEC cars,
they're the same. They're the exact same spec. The only difference will be if we can get the Toyota, like the 010. That's WEC only.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, being sponsored, iRacing being sponsored by IMSA.
Oh, right.
The naming rights to the series, we might not actually get the WEC cars just based on politics.
That's okay. They just have to go to IMSA. I believe Lamborghini's going to compete in. Actually, I don't know about that. Oh, Greg Brooks, here we go. Down on the inside, hard on the brakes. Keeps it out of the side of the Golden Octopus car, though.
So it's much better for this car to carry a lot more speed. Look at the difference there. It has to roll out of it before the next corner, not able to carry that overspeed through more than a few meters.
Look at how much grass is on the track.
It's filthy.
They just put two tires on the side and dragging all of that onto the track. Luckily for them, no massive penalty for it, as we can see the Iridium car coming into the pits now.
Yeah, I haven't seen that much grass in one place since the last time I went to a concert.
True. So Tractics here, up towards turn 1. Actually, no, that'll be turn 2.
So Iridium making what will be their final stop of the race. So they must have... No, they took a full tank of fuel last time they're in the pits. So we're getting towards that point where the cars that have taken full tanks are going to start pitting. Redline pitted early. They're about to retake 5th position. But Redline are on their final tank of fuel. So they don't have to pit again. So they are running out of position right now. Look in the next few laps for the likes of Tractics, Angry Pepper, Quantum, and Tractics AM to make their pit stops. And then we'll see where the final running is going to be on the approach to the line.
So Greg looks to go around the outside. Nice and easy. And if you have a look at that reverse camera, you'll just see the back of the Golden Octopus car on the side. It looks like they want to hold that inside line, though. I'm curious to see if they'll give it up or not. Hayden Schultz will probably go deep. Here we go. No, he'll have to give it the line.
Always makes my heart leap when you see the car cut across like that, and then just got fully ahead of the car behind. The way the cameras are when it's head on, I always think they're going to make contact and it's going to be horrific and cars are going to end up on the roof and it's going to be safe cars, and then they just cut across in front and everything's fine. But boy, does it get my heart racing every single time. And just Brett Campbell there shouting out that the Quantum Motorsports powered Golden Octopus Ferrari that you were just referencing, being driven by Aiden Schultz, is raising awareness for childhood cancers, which I'm sure we can all agree is a very worthy cause, so good on them.
So 89 laps as per the LMH cars, 78 laps as per the GT3 class, 5 hours and 25 minutes. The 6-hour race, sun is up, it's shining, and these guys are getting ready for their last stint to the line. ILEC Motorsport back in front of this motor race.
And Matthew Dent's Tractors Racing coming into the pit stop, so that'll be their final pit stop. We'll see where they feed out. I suspect they'll be in the lead, given their 1 minute 5 second lead, because they have been running multiple seconds a lap faster than the entirety of the GT3 field.
So based on the pit stops, if I'm reading that correctly,
Could be close.
Tractix. So Tractix and Angry Pepper Racing are back 1 and 2. So that's an immense effort there. So both those guys got hit with those unfortunate penalties because of the closed pit lane. But they are back in the lead of this race. Redline did pit lap 76. So they're still in the fight. But having a look if the live standings are correct. So Tractix will clinch out P2 by 2 points. No, 3 points, sorry. If they finish as they are.
And that's a big if, because we've got to see how these final stops play out. Very easy to make a mistake on pit entry. We've seen it multiple times in the GT3 Championship this season. We've seen it in the Endurance Championship. Tyre drivers make silly little mistakes coming in to pit lane or on the exit of pit lane, get themselves a drive-through, get themselves a stop and hold. And it can absolutely ruin a race. So, plenty of jeopardy in its remaining 33 minutes, especially given not all the pit stops have been completed yet. That battle out the front of the hypercar class, I like Motorsport, just showing their pace, pulling away from the Cadillacs. That gap up to 2 seconds at the moment. Cadillacs just not able to live with the incredible pace that ILEC Motorsport are running. One Muppet Racing are in 3rd place. They looked like the most likely contenders for the win early on in the race, but there a few mistakes and a couple of little incidents have pushed them out of contention, but they are in a strong 3rd place, way ahead of Joshua Robertson and Sharp EIT Solutions by Tech 1 in 4th, who have really made 4th their own since overtaking the Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. Kidney Stone Brothers Racing failing to clear a black flag correctly, and that really hurt the race. Otherwise, I think we would have seen a battle for 4th place to the end, but that's taken them out of that, and they are cut adrift at the back of the LMDH field. In the GT3s, we await to see the resumption of some of the battles we have seen. We did see Iridium Sim Sports battling to get into 3rd place on track with Quantum Motorsports powered. Since then, Iridium have made their pit stop. Quantum Motorsports powered by the Golden Octopus have not made their stops. So look to see where they come out once the stops are cleared. And Tractors Racing AM, they were in that battle. They had a small moment. They managed to catch it before it became a big moment, but it did put them at the back of that battle. However, since then, they have overtaken Quantum Motorsports powered by Golden Octopus, and they are yet to pit, so they may yet come out back ahead of Iridium Sim Sports 268. We have to wait and see. Currently, Greg Brooks piloting that machine.
Schmidt now making his way through the traffic. Nice and easy down the back end of the straight. Oh, Greg Brooks moving back onto the line. He will be able to get down on the inside, no issue. Nice and easy. Good corner well.
So this is one thing that Le Mans does well and provides plenty of opportunities for the faster classes to find their way through on traffic. There's almost nowhere on the track where you can get held up too much, a little bit through some of the Porsche curves. But other than that, I think going into... Yeah, probably going into Corvette is probably quite difficult to get past, but for the rest of it, rest of the track, not too difficult with the pace advantage. Unlike, say, earlier in the season where we were at Road Atlanta, which provided a really interesting dynamic where LMDHs, if they caught cars at the top of the hill, we just had to sit behind them for about a third of the lap as they descended through that absolute monstrosity of turns. And saw more than a few incidents as people tried to go through there and tried to overtake, despite race control's insistence that overtakes not be attempted through there because there was just too much jeopardy for the GT3 drivers.
Yeah, it is a precarious part of that circuit. And the speed differential between the classes just made it absolute utter chaos for an attempt of an overtake. That's not to say you couldn't do one safely, but for the sake of everyone, the safer option was to just declare it a no overtaking zone. But no such ruling here at Le Mans. There's plenty of space and no real spot, except maybe the Ford curve, the Porsche curves. But even then, there hasn't been an incident there yet, so seems to be okay.
I think it's a testament to the driving we've seen today that there has only been the 2 retirements in this race. The Mighty Cooks with a dramatic accident taking themselves out, and then Tech 1 Link Airways were an early casualty as well.
Corey Hodges here. Supposedly, I'm assuming he's gone a little too fast. Well done. I could have gone horrific. But instead he just goes and visits the beach for a little while. Jumps back
Certainly
on.
would have been horrific with the old grass
Yes, that's right.
gravel model. If any of you have been living under an iRacing rock and have not heard about the changes that came into effect a few months ago, just to remind you here. So what they did is they made the grass and the gravel act a lot more like actual grass and gravel. They used to basically just be ice. So you touch them, you ended up in the wall, were essentially how it behaved. But right now, massive improvement to the model. So the grass, you lose a little bit of grip, but not too much. Feels more like driving off-road than anything else. And the gravel, you can actually feel the car digging into the gravel when you hit it, and it really does arrest the momentum of cars that end up there. So more often than not, if you do hit the gravel, it will stop you before you get to the wall. Just keeps more cars in the race, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the new model and how it's rescued a few cars, because previously it was like ice, and it was basically a death sentence. So we're just watching Keystone Bros racing here. I assume they're gonna have a bit of a moment. Yeah, there you go, just going wide into the corner, doing the clever thing, not trying to force the car into making the corner, not trying to suddenly put on more steering lock the car can handle, just letting it run right and bring it back on. Sacrifice a bit of time, but keep the car together in one piece.
So at this part of the race, everyone seems to be pretty extended. All the close gaps in the GT3 field have blown away, and now it is a case of the GTPs making their way through the slower class cars. As you see on screen, Fun's low, and Schmidtke just behind.
What we are seeing is quite a difference in strategy, though. So you got Tractus Racing, they pitted on lap 79. Angry Pepper pitted lap 71. Tractus Racing AM lap 69, so 10 laps difference between Tractus Racing and Tractus Racing AM. Quantum Motorsports, they're on the same strategy as Tractus Racing AM, pitting on lap 69. Then you got 76, 70, 78, 79, 69, 73, and 40 for the car that has retired. So a bit of a difference there. Got to see how that plays out. So I think we might be treated to a battle or two before the end of the race when some of these cars make their final pit stops, but only 25 minutes to go. So it does make me wonder if some of these cars are going to try and extend and get to the end from relatively early pits, or whether we're going to see half the field yet to make their pit stop. I think only cars are confident have made the final stop are Tractus Racing and Breadline on laps 79, 76, and then Iridium and Technology Extensive IT. Basically, those cars we have seen pit since we came back to you live for the last hour of the race. And in the LMDHs, however, every car has pitted, and those gaps are pretty large. So I don't expect to see any change in the LMDH class. Our focus is going to be on the GT3s, probably until the end of this race.
Daniel Fritz around the outside of Greg Brooks into the forward curve. Down into the gains. So not a bad job here from the only Porsche entry in the GTPs.
Definitely doing better than the Porsches in the GT3s, which currently sit in the final 2 positions on our timing sheets.
And Eilert has managed to blow out that lead by 5 seconds now. So, not sure what happened to the Catalans there, but there that pace has dropped. And of course, Daniel Fritz here for One Muppet Racing, 43 seconds behind. So it really truly is a race of the front 2 and then everybody else. And they've even One Muppet Racing have a 23-second gap to Sharp EIT behind. So, bar a mistake, they're going to finish 3rd well comfortably.
I must say, it is peculiar seeing a Porsche that doesn't look like every other Porsche in existence. It's interesting. Very easily identifiable normally.
Yeah, they have a... Actually, just to clarify, so I might have actually got that confused. Do you mean it's good to see a Porsche that doesn't look like a 911? What do you mean?
Yes.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm on the same page. Because yes, they have the one car, and then they have slight variations of the one car. But yes, the Porsche 963 is a true marvel, and I'm really, really glad that they decided to build that up. The entire idea of the LMDH class, which is, I believe, is the brainchild of, I want to say, the World Endurance Championship, but I can't remember exactly who came up with it. But the whole idea of trying to cut down on the cost to make it easy for entry and being able to do cross championship, which means if you have an LMDH, it'll work straight in the GTP series. Genius, absolutely genius, and we should see more and more manufacturers come into that. So, from memory, you have Acura, BMW, Cadillac, Porsche. They're on the field now, and then I believe Alpine have their project and Lamborghini have theirs. I think both have been announced. I know definitely the Lamborghini has been announced. It's called the SC63, and it looks fantastic. And it sounds fantastic. And then I've missed one. Who have I missed? Ferrari have one, but is it considered an LMDH? I can't remember, because Ferrari definitely have a WEC entry, but I think theirs is LMH, so it only competes in WEC, as does the Toyota.
Yes. Yes, there's Lamborghini, Alpine, Porsche, Cadillac, BMW, and Acura in LMDH.
Yeah, so those are the ones. So LMDH is where it crosses over. They run in both.
Yes.
There we go. So yes, Ferrari only do WEC, and as do Toyota. They should both pull their finger out and join the GTP class, because that's awesome. But in any case, I'm all for more manufacturers, and I believe Audi might even consider entering with that, but they only just exited motorsport, so I'm not too sure what the deal is with them. They, of course, had a very, very good run, dominating Le Mans with their diesel hybrid.
Yep, and gave it all up to give F1 a proper crack, which will be very interesting. Very, very
Are
interesting.
they still going ahead with that?
Yes.
What's their plan? So that'll be in 2026 when the engine rules change. Oof, John Paul wanted to go well inside to make the overtake there. The Angry Pepper Racing. So yeah, oh, that's right. The Sauber team. They're going to join with with the Sauber team. So which was formerly known as Alfa Romeo.
Yes.
They have now separated ways. I believe it's called. What is it? Stake F1 kick something.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But anyway.
We can't remember the name. Means it's a gross name.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Just want to call out. So we've just seen Tractor Racing AM and Quantum Motorsports, powered by Golden Octopus, make their final pit stops. They've came out behind Breadline and Barbecue Motorsports Australia, but ahead of Iridium Simsports, who they were fighting on track pre-stops, and by a healthy margin. So those gaps, Tractors Racing AM 4 seconds behind Barbecue Motorsport Australia, who are definitely going to have to stop again, I would wager. And then, so they are effectively behind Breadline Racing now. And then you've got Quantum Motorsports powered by Golden Octopus, 6.5 seconds behind Tractix Racing AM, and Iridium Simsports 4.2 seconds behind Quantum Motorsports powered by Golden Octopus. So I think those three positions have now been settled. Barbecue Motorsports will have to pit again. Breadline, I suspect, will just about creep to the end. We'll have to wait and see. They might not make it. They might need to do a very small splash and dash, which could make their finishing position a gamble. And then Angry Pepper Racing definitely going to pit again. We'll have to wait and see where they come out. They could come out, I suspect, behind Breadline by head of Barbecue. And in line for top 3 position. Won't know for sure until the stops have been completed. And I will call out the Lamborghini's SC63, the LMDH they're bringing out, is one sexy beast. That is a good looking car.
Yep, and it sounds good too. And that's all that matters.
I think that'll be a day one purchase if and when that hits the servers.
It's the one thing Lamborghini do well, and it's the reason why I prefer it for those who subscribe to that demographic between Ferrari and Lamborghini. As much as I like the look of Ferrari cars, Lambos sound better because they usually go with a V12 engine, and whatever it is that they do, they make them sound so throaty, and it's amazing. Ferrari is a little bit more high tuned, and I don't really prefer that sound. So for them to be able to make a Le Mans car, I'm so in. Supposedly it's being driven by Romain Grosjean. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet, but he has left IndyCar, so
they don't want to finish any races then.
Well, that is the meme, but if you saw Romain Grosjean in IndyCar, he had his fair incidents there too, but he was close to winning the damn thing. He just had a couple of unfortunate collisions, Scott McLaughlin being one of them.
Yes, I was devastated when that happened.
So
it's like, come on, Scotty.
Yeah. And I fully expect Scott McLaughlin to absolutely win IndyCar one day soon. That dude is so rapid. The only problem is everyone in IndyCar is rapid. Alex Palou, Pato O'Ward, Will Power, Scott, Dixon, all of them. They're so ridiculously quick. And I'm so keen for the upcoming IndyCar season.
Oh, me too. It's going to be absolutely spectacular. Can't wait to see Palou try and defend this title because he was amazing back end of last season. But yeah, Scotty, if Scotty can beat Newgarden on an oval, that would be a huge step. If he can get that first oval win,
so
that would be. Yeah, he is.
So close. He almost did it at Texas. But unfortunately, Newgarden, his teammate, pipped him on the last corner. Corner.
Just keep that consistency up. He seems to have just a few races where he goes missing in the on the road circuits, and he can't afford it. Not with Palou. Not with Palou in the championship. Palou just does not
Ooh.
take a break.
So that purple Cadillac at the back there, just going a little wide, going for an excursion. That was the Kidney Stone Brothers Racing entry, who are, according to the timing sheet, 3 minutes behind the Sharp IT Solutions car, which is nuts. How much these gaps have exploded now. We're almost at the 5 hour and 45-minute mark, so 15 minutes left to go in this session. ILEC Motorsports still in the lead of the race. Cadillac 7 seconds behind. And in the GT3 class, Tractix Racing well and truly ahead, 13.62 seconds ahead of Angry Pepper Racing. Now, based on that travel time, does that mean Angry Pepper Racing can make it to the end?
I'm lap 71. Nah, surely
No, I
not.
don't think
Surely
so.
that's too many. We're already 24 laps into the stint.
Yeah. And here comes some of the GTPs. There goes Joshua Robertson, and it's John Baldwin behind, making it safely past Porsche.
No, wait. Sorry, we're not 24 laps into the stint. We are 14 laps into the stint. Still almost an hour's running. So I'd expect to see Angry Pepper in this time by. I don't see how they can make it to the end. I think Brad Lyon can probably make it to the end, but I think Angry Pepper won't. So what kind of are they? They're number 72. Let's see where they are on track. So they're just coming through the forward chicanes. So not pitting this time. So they'll do another round, taking them into the last 10 minutes of the race. So about 3 laps to go. Well, 3.5 laps to go for the GT3 class. Maybe an extra lap for the DHs.
Unfortunately, there are no close battles to the end. It seems as though the gaps have made it. I say that as Iridium just tag onto the back of Quantum Motorsports here. So I guess this will be the battle to watch to the end for now.
Yeah, Iridium just need to stay with them through these curves, get through the S's, and as long as they're within that sort of 1.5 seconds onto Masani straight, game on.
Schmicky around the outside. They move so well, these LMH cars, the GTP. As we see Funslow there from ILEC just making his way through that battle of the 2 GT3 cars. They're so responsive. They're a great thing to drive. Oh, that's an interesting place to try and overtake forward. That's going to lose Schultz some time, I think. Luke Swan's going to be able to jump on that for sure. And again, man, the Audi just looks so good. I don't know what it is about that shape. Just such an aggressive car.
It is a very, very pretty GT3, isn't it? Just looks kind of mean.
That's what I'm saying. It's such an aggressive car. That's another thing. Actually, that shouldn't surprise me as much because Audi and Lamborghini are partners now. But that's the other thing with Lambos. Lambos look so aggressive. Like Ferraris are all high class, whereas Lambos are just like, I'm gonna tear your face off.
Yeah, Ferraris are beautiful, but Lamborghinis are raw.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. Oh, is Sharp RT overtake for P3? Oh, that's because One Muppet Racing coming to the pits. Yep, understood. So the closest battle is still the one on your screen, and it looks like Iridium are getting ready to make that overtake a reality. And they go down towards the next corner.
They will be on the outside on entry, but the inside for the second part of the hangar on there. They're trying their best.
Got to be mindful of the GTP here. Ah, nice and easy. Look at that. Wide. So overtake done. It'll be up to Quantum to see if they can maintain the gap, or possibly even overtake them back on the next mini straight going down towards Indianapolis corner.
Excellent, more sun's going to be key.
Deep onto the brakes there, but that has not worked out in terms of an exit. Shit's unfortunately dropping back. He's got to watch that Audi fly away. Can't imagine he'll be able to bring that back. The Audi certainly had a better exit and seems to have better top-line speed than Ferrari.
Alan Holgerson for Angry Pepper Racing in pit lane as we speak, so they did have to pit again in the end with only 10 minutes to go. Will just be splash and dash, not going to take on any more fuel than they need. Looks like they might get out ahead of Brock Kelly, given they are already in their pit box. 20-second gap currently. Watching John Baldwin.
Oof.
Again, doing well to pretty much rescue that. Yeah, and Angry Pepper have come out 8 seconds ahead of Breadline Racing. That'll come down a little bit as Angry Pepper get up to speed with a comfortable margin there. So Angry Pepper Racing looking good second in this race.
So the gap there for Iridium is now 1.2 seconds, so they're well and truly ahead of P6. As another car comes into the pits. Oh, that's actually P1 and 2 for their final stops. So considering those two, be Funslow there. So Schmicky only just getting to his pit box now. Yeah, look at that. Massive gap. It's unfortunate. So Alec with a decent lead to finish off this race. They'll have, let's see, with a 330 average, 3.6, 7, so 3-4 laps ish to the end.
Yeah, you're right.
There goes
So I
Funslow.
think the field is cleansed now. Team Therapy might need a splash and dash. They might get to the end. I'm not 100% sure. But I believe Breadline will make it to the end and everybody else a bit later than them. In the GT3 class. In the LMDHs, I believe Joshua Robertson for Sharp EIT Solutions Protect 1, currently in third place, will need to pit again given everybody else has pitted. But they have a 2-minute gap to One Muppet Racing behind them, so it's not going to make much of a difference. Looking at Adam Funslow for ILEC, barely been on screen today, other than when they were getting the lead back from Cadillacs, but they've been absolutely brilliant. They only lost the lead due to some unfortunate peculiarities in the safety car phase. And this is Joshua Robertson in traffic. MDH is by and large doing a very good job getting through the traffic cleanly. Only a couple of small incidents, and largely, when there has been incidents, it's been the LMDH coming off worse and basically self-penalising. It's racing. Can we just talk about the job they have done? They have a 51-second lead. 51.
Yeah. Yeah. it's
That
kinda
would have
nuts.
been impressive without the safety car. With the safety car, that is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
They'll be running to a perfect field number as well. I guarantee it. Who's
Oh,
in the
yeah.
car at the moment? That'll be Matthew Dench. So he's going to be modulating that to make sure they finish with the exact amount of fuel that they need. And for them to be able to do that and have a 51-second buffer, I mean, unless he gets hit by a GTP or something, that's the victory guaranteed there for them. I'm not sure if Josh has updated the... He has.
Should be relatively updated. I did it a few minutes ago.
Yep, so Tractix AM will still win by 3 points. No, sorry. It'll be more than that. It'll be 5.
6.
6.
6. Yep.
Sorry.
Yes, the Tractors Racing looking to make it a 1-2 in the team's championship, which just goes to prove, as much as we've spoken about Matty Dench and the effect he's had and how he is the class of the field in GT3 in the GSRC until somebody can prove otherwise. It's not just him alone. Tractors Racing, just as an entire unit, have done fantastically well this season. To get a 1-2 just proves it's far beyond Matty Dench. It is just the strength of that team as a whole, and just showing the way in the team's championship. Absolutely brilliant.
I will say during the break, I was on board watching a little bit of what is it, car 7, and Brock Kelly, I will say, was blowing me away with his lap times, just lap after lap after lap. He was punching 55 flats in tricky conditions. Just yeah, it's interesting to see. Deji's quick, but I have a feeling if we see some of the teams come
Baldwin.
back, yeah, we're gonna have some competition for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Brock Kelly, I'm glad you mentioned he has been one of the standout GT3 drivers in the Endurance Championship this season. I think every race, you could have made similar comments about him being one of the few drivers that can somewhat keep up with Denji, and certainly a driver that could take the fight to him if he was in the GT3 Championship on a Monday night, or like I said, if the depending how the team situation works out for next season, could be part of a unit that takes the fight to whatever team Denji's in next season. Said he's not sure yet whether he'll be running with Tractix Racing or whether he can get his usual partner in crime back for next Endurance Championship and be running a Team PGZ, which is a scary thought for just about everybody. So yeah, definitely something to watch for next season. There's hope. There is certainly hope that somebody can take it to him, but so far going to be adding another GT3 championship to his trophy cabinet, and he's going to need a bigger house if he keeps doing that. Here we are, 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go into what some cars will be the final lap of the race. Well, close to the final lap of the race for some of these cars. I like Motorsports still out front in the hype class with Cadillacs behind them. GT3 is still Tractors Racing, followed by Anchor. Had a very, very good race. Really strong performance from both their drivers, Wayne Hewitt and Alan Holgerson, doing a phenomenal job today to get it into second place. It's not over yet. Breadline with Brock Kelly behind the wheel are closing in, but the gap is 5 seconds. So it'll take something fairly spectacular for Breadline to catch them, but don't rule it out, as we've just been singing Brock Kelly's praises. But in saying that, Hodgson and Hewitt, two very, very strong drivers in the Monday Night GT3 series, so they can currently hold their own. Wayne Hewitt actually taking a victory this season when circumstances allowed. So he had a very, very strong season. I think he finished third in the championship. I might be wrong on that. He's certainly in the running for third if he didn't outright get it. So definitely one of the best GT3 drivers in the GSRC.
So That's 5 minutes 59 on the clock there. That'll be white flag to Adam Funslow. So that is white flag for the event, which I will very quickly confirm. Here we go. If I go to Barney, just have a look as to whether or not he's waving that flag. I can't see it. Yeah, maybe not.
And the checkered flag will fly now. I believe. Just watching how Hodgson is currently running in second place for Angry Pepper Racing. That lead over breadline has collapsed from 5 seconds down to 3.3. He's currently on the Mulsanna straight, so very early in the lap still, plenty of time to be lost in the upcoming corners. I believe that is Breadline Racing you can see in the background.
It is.
This battle not over yet.
874. Actually, no. So car 7. Oh, sorry, no. That is Breadline. Yes, they'll be in shot now. That'll be a race to the line. 3 seconds. There's plenty of track to do it, but I'm not too sure if that will actually work.
I think he might be too far back. I think he needs another lap. But it's close enough that if Hodgson makes a mistake, then this will become a very live battle. We're just cutting over to watch Maddie Dench through the push curves. Very familiar spot for Denchi, out front, dominating the race, doing it on outright pace as well as on strategy. As he approaches the checker flag for the last time in the GSRC in 2023. So they're absolutely pushing. Do not be surprised if this is the fastest lap of the race. That's what he loves to do. Comes around the final corner. It takes the checkered flag for Chakchis Racing, wrapping up a brilliant endurance championship title for them.
So he'll have to go one more because...
What?
Yep, Adam Funslow, who is behind, is the leader of the race and must take the checker. So it'll be Funslow that takes the... that'll take the finish line there. So he'll have to go around at least one more. So we should see the checker flag come out now. Yes, yep. There we go. Okay, so Barney decided not to wave it, but it is there. So well done.
I just saw Barney's legs on the
yeah.
Barney's legs on the thing and assumed he was waving the checkered flag.
Okay, lads,
Caddy lads wrap up the LMDH Championship, taking the checkered flag for the final time in 2023. Fantastic season from them. Angry Pepper Racing, so that'll confirm second place for them in this race. With Breadline Racing finishing in third, 2 seconds behind in the end. Like we said, just needed another lap to maybe make that interesting between the two of them, but a fantastic recovery from Breadline Racing after being hampered by that safety car. And Matty Dench, this is effectively a parade lap. Doesn't matter what happens, he will still finish in the lead of this race. Adam Funslow for Arlag Motorsport, taking out the victory for the LMDHs. This is Joshua Robson for Sharp EIT Solutions by Tech One, crossing the line in third place. Finishing ahead of One More Pit Racing as we predicted. And the Kiniso brothers taking the line to finish what's been a challenging race for them, but a strong season overall.
So everyone now just making their way to the line. And Adam Funslow taking the overall win, as well as the win in the LMH class. And based on Tractix Racing, they're just at the last half of the circuit now. So there goes Daniel Fritz across the line. Well done, sir. Corey Hodges as well. And I think we go back to car 17. That'll be João Miranda as he makes his way to the line. And I believe this Dench actually just slowed completely. No, he's still flying. Never mind. Is he looking to lap a GT3 just at the end? He's close.
Surprise me.
He's close enough to do it.
It's the kind of thing he loves doing.
Just to push it that little bit harder. But no, there isn't enough track left, I don't think. Matthew Dench would have driven one extra lap. Oh, no. No, he doesn't. He knows. He'll just come into the pits. And by doing so, we'll cross the line. So there goes Simon Vella. Pacific Sports Racing. And there's the overall winner, Adam Funslow. Well done to you, sir. And I wonder if we'll get any drivers to come join us here in the room.
Yeah, so now the race is over, we will talk to any drivers that join us. We've already got one in the green room waiting for us, and then we will just go through the final championship standings, thank our sponsors, and we will wrap up for the day. So I'll just bring some of the drivers over. So to start off with, we have got Dave, Greg, and Matt.
Hello, hello.
Matt.
Hello, Dave, we'll start with you because you were in the green room first. How was the final race from your point of view?
Yeah, it was really good actually. It was really fun. It was a good way to finish the season, having the 24-hour cycle throughout a 6-hour period. It added a little bit extra element to it, having to sort of drive in the dark and sort of do something that we don't really get to do too much. So yeah, I think it was good. It was a good finale, and we had a few more GTPs in too, which was made for some fun racing.
Yeah, we do. I was surprised to see so many LMDHs out today. I mean, we've only had 4 for the last couple of rounds, so to see 6 get out there was really nice, including a new entry.
Yeah, it's always good to see. It's always good to see a few more teams enter in, and more faces into the club is obviously a good thing. And I'm sure the draw card of Le Mans is generally a pretty big factor for most people, even if it can get a bit tedious with some of the off tracks and the slowdowns. It's normally a pretty big draw card for most people. So that was good. It was good fun. Good way to finish.
Off tracks a problem for your team today?
Off tracks probably weren't, but me and Matt were probably having a competition for how many slowdowns we could accumulate throughout the race, and yeah, it was there was a lot of them. But off track's not so bad, but the slowdowns were starting to wear thin on our patience.
How bad is the slow down run here?
It's not as bad as what it is. It's just quite frustrating when you think you've sort of nailed the corner and you run wide and you get it, and then the next time you go out and do that same lap, same corner, you think you're in a worse position than before and you don't get the slowdown. So it's probably more so the fact that sometimes you think you're about to get a slowdown and you don't, and then other times you think you've nailed it and the thing comes up saying you've got to hand over 1 seconds. So Yeah, it could be better, but it's the same for everyone, so that's all that matters.
It is. And what was your favourite moment of the race?
Probably leading for a bit actually. That was quite exciting. We had a bit of a chance to lead some laps there, which was fun, and managed to sort of hold on a bit of time to the boys behind in ILEC, I think it was. But yeah, probably that. But yeah, they proved to be too fast, and they were the fastest car on track all day, so they were always going to catch us. It was just a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And were you aware of the championship positions going into the race?
Semi-aware. Try not to read too much into the situation with it. It was more just focused on, if we can try and secure a podium, that was sort of going to be good enough for us, sort of thing. So we just kind of put the focus on making sure we're on the podium somewhere, and yeah, we're sort of good enough to finish where we were, which was good.
Not even a small sigh of relief when you saw that Stonks Racing went there?
Maybe a little bit, but that's just between us, I think.
Yeah, well, congratulations on a fantastic season, taking out the MDH Championship. Do go celebrate with the rest of your team. It's well deserved, and hopefully we can get you a bit more competition for next season.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Big shout out to Login Systems as well for sort of letting us put it all together and giving us a bit of sponsorship to sort of make it all happen, and obviously the AER boys and Bailey Ladders from the team's perspective. All the sponsorship helps and means we can do something that we sort of love doing and put on a bit of a spectacle for people, which is great.
Anything from yourself, Daniel, before I let Dave go?
No, mate. Look, just a really good race from you guys. Again, unfortunate not being able to hold on to the lead towards the back end of the race, but a great race nonetheless.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's like I said, ILEC were definitely the fastest car, so we were just making hay while the sun was shining, but yeah, it was only a matter of time.
Excellent, thanks heaps. We'll move on to Greg next. Greg, racing Tractors Racing AM. Live championship battle for you guys throughout the entirety of that race. How was the nerve?
Hey Lee, hey Dan. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We were monitoring the live standings for quite some time. Really trying to calculate, where we're at, and when Brock came flying past, we thought, oh boy, this could be a problem. But I tell you what, we had such a good time. As soon as that safety car disappeared, it was on like Donkey Kong. Hey, there was so much battling going on between us in the top 4, I think it was, just going hell for leather. It was really, really good.
How's the heart rate in that battle with Iridium Sim Sports, where they looked like they were potentially going to relegate you down to 5th and put that second place in jeopardy?
Oh yeah, not gonna lie, a little bit stressed. As Dave was saying as well, the slowdowns, they really started to take a toll after a little bit.
What corner was it in particular that you were struggling with?
Anyone I tried to go fast in, I tried to get an edge on the others. It was it's kind of all over the place, but I don't know, at times I was finding I couldn't pull the car up in the Mulsanne chicanes, but other times, yeah, I was sweet. But we kind of learned along the way, what was going on, especially over the night time. The tyres would stayed so cold, so just had to increase the traction control, get some heat in the tyres, and then we're all good.
And when you're preparing for an event like this, how much do you work with the parent team? The
A team?
The other Tractix Racing entry, because obviously they are absolutely killing it this season. And you've done a fantastic job as well to finish second overall in the championship, which is no mean feat. Do you work together a lot in the build-up, or fairly separate?
Oh, fairly separate. We, with a couple of sessions we've had Matt and Tommy kind of give a little bit of extras. little bit of help, different cars and whatever. We are trying to work together in the championship, but still, we're still battling each other as much as we try. But yeah, there's a bit of collaboration between us. Denji's helped us out with a bit of car setups and stuff to help us a little bit, because sometimes it just doesn't feel right, and having that extra brain to be able to go, oh yeah, look, if that's doing that, tweak this, do that. So yeah, no, it was definitely a team effort, but yeah, still trying to keep it separate at the same time.
Yeah, what was your highlight of the race?
Oh, that complete, probably was it 4 laps or something after the safety car for me, pushing like crazy, overtake after overtake, back and forth between the boys and I. And yeah, it was just really intense, really fun. The guys are really respectful, and you can have some good hard racing, take passes around the outside, and it was, yeah, there's probably the most fun I've had in quite some time, with sustained battling lap after lap.
Yeah, excellent. We're just getting that up on screen for our viewers, because obviously this occurred, we didn't have the live commentary, so some people might not have seen this before. Before I let Greg go, Daniel, have you got anything for him?
Oh, look, mate, again, just a good race done by you. I will say this, though. You were talking about some of those corners you were having difficulty with. I believe it was Luke Swan was chasing you down just before the start of the Mulsanne with that long right-hander, and you just took that at such a speed. Car ended up kicking out on you, but you did a really good job to keep the drift, as it were. Didn't end up out in the walls. You just sort of slowed down and pulled back onto the road. But as you were coming into that corner, what was sort of going through your mind there?
Apparently the back end of the car. I don't know. Yeah, I was just focused on what was going on. I think I might have broken concentration for a second, just looking behind me. Believe me, I was surprised as you were that I held it through that corner. I don't think I've ever held a slide through Tetra Rouge like that. It's usually ended up into the fence either side. So yeah, I was super lucky, and I didn't lose a heck of a lot of time to him at that point. But yeah, kind of cooked the tyres a little bit of that after that little incident.
It was a good showing from you guys, and to be able to walk away with second in the championship, it's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, man, it was unexpected, but seeing as though last season, we're down lower end of the order, but yeah, we really pulled up our pants and really put it together this one. We're really, really proud of our work.
Yeah, as you should be. As you should be, taking second place in the championship. Absolutely superb. Won't keep you any longer. Thanks heaps for dropping into the commentary box, Greg. And have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
No worries. Thanks, Liam. Thanks, Dan. It was really appreciated, guys.
And now we'll hop over from second place in the Login Systems Endurance Championship over to first place in the Login Systems Endurance Championship. And as promised, after his appearance towards the end of the first of the commentary, we have back in the commentary box Matty Dench, fresh from yet another victory and another championship. What does this championship mean to you, Matty? How does it compare to the other championships you've won this season?
I was just out here having a bit of fun with some new drivers, and yeah, it's turned out rather well.
I think that's a bit of an understatement. Turning out rather well, just taking the championship by a clear 48 points of your nearest rival. It's just they scored only 68%, 67% of your total points tally. Pretty dominating once again. But of course, it wasn't just yourself. You had a very, very fast teammate in Thomas Martin. Can you just talk about him and the driver?
Yeah, he's done really well all season. Quick enough to keep us at the front end as well. So yeah, it's just really, really fun driving with him. So.
And does it give you more confidence knowing you've got someone like that to lean upon, knowing that he's good enough to hold on to any work you do, and he's not going to put you into those sort of positions where you need to come back?
Yeah, it's always good having a teammate that's quick enough to hold their own out there on the racetrack. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was your favourite moment of the race today?
It'd have to be the safety car where we people were saying they were going to run out of fuel, so race control was going to wave black flag. So we pitted 2 laps in a row and got a 4-minute stop and hold that couldn't be cleared.
Yeah, that was unfortunately a rough one. So if you haven't been informed already, it's you can't, because of the way iRacing deals with pit lane open and close during a safety car. You can't clear a black flag once you're in the pits, but you don't get a black flag until you're in the pits. And so, although it was marked as cleared on the sheet, you were given a penalty anyway. So it was you and I believe Angry Pepper Racing that were affected by it. But my favourite bit of this whole thing is you've gone, oh, okay, no worries. And you've just made up the 4 minutes anyway.
Yeah, like I was expecting a stop and hold, but usually it's only like 40 seconds, you know. That would have still kept us at the pointy end of town. So I was like, yeah, it's fine, just pit, we'll be right. And then he's like, it's 4 minutes. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy. So did that just put you at the back of the field? Or did you have to make up all of that time?
We were still on the lead lap, and yeah, Tommy got to the back of the train before the green flag fell, so it wasn't too bad.
Still a nice bit of fun for you, having to come back for the field again?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think if Brock had have stayed in the car for those last 2 hours, he probably would have kept it ahead of us. He was absolutely flying.
Yeah, he did do a fantastic job, as he has done all season in that red line entry, and is definitely one of the reasons they managed to sneak home in third in the championship, 7 points ahead of Angry Pepper in the end, despite a really strong race from Angry Pepper to finish in this time round. What are your hopes for the Endurance Championship next season? Is there anything in particular you would like to see? I know we asked you about your response to the survey beforehand, but would you like to see more LMDH cars?
I'd probably rather see just one class, so there's like a whole bunch more people, and I wouldn't mind seeing Simon come back to share the driver's seat, I think.
Alright, cool. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Daniel, do you have anything more for Denchi before we let him go for the final time this year?
Nah, mate, you just drove a stellar race, and again, even with the upset, or with that black flag incident, you still managed to bring it back and win comfortably. And obviously, it feels really good to be able to do a 1-2 with you and the AM team taking out the championship, so that's really good. And yeah, can't wait to see what you do next season.
Yeah, thank you. We'll catch everyone then.
Congratulations on another championship, and we'll see you in the new year.
Cheers.
Thank you. Well done.
And that voice you just heard was the voice of our director for the Endurance Championship, Josh Juno. Josh, the Endurance season has come to a close. You took the reins last minute, a few rounds in, and have done, I will say, a great job of getting us to this point before you get to put more of your own spin on the championship for next season. Have you got any words for any drivers or any other GSRC members, friends, family that might be listening?
Well, thank you for your kind words, firstly, Liam. But yeah, I mean, these seem really intimidating. So endurance racing as a whole seems like too big of a hill to conquer until you actually try. And as part of your normal GSRC membership, you're actually paying for an endurance, the endurance side of it as well. So to me, there's no reason to try it. And we would love to see more cars on the field. Like, it's just having a more filled out pack just makes it better racing. So yeah, I just hope to see more cars next season, really.
Yeah, of course, and it's difficult, right? Because we actually have a really good turnout in terms of drivers. When you look at it, when you think that each car's got at least 2 drivers, we've got enough for multiple splits for a single driver series, but because you've got 2 drivers, it means we need twice as many to fill up the pack, right? So, yeah, it's a tough ask, but we've had more previously in the Endurance Championship. Certainly not been a terrible season in terms of turnout, certainly in the GT3s, but it could be stronger. So, definitely reading what you're saying, and hopefully, fingers crossed, you'll get your wish next season.
Yeah, that's it, boys. Yeah, just all in all, just having a more cleanly run championship as well. I feel like we actually let the drivers down a little bit this season, so building everyone's confidence back up and knowing that, you know, all their hard work isn't going to be wasted by some random event that is out of their control. That kind of isn't on the cards already. You know, regarding safety cars and whatnot. So, yeah, I just hope we can build a bit of confidence with the drivers, and yeah, just onwards and upwards.
That certainly sounds like a worthy goal. Thank you very much for joining us again, Josh. Look forward to speaking to you again next season, and have a fantastic holiday season.
You too, Liam.
All right. So, I think the last thing we can do, Daniel, are we able to pull up the final standings for people to see?
I
They are
can.
done.
Yes, I might be able to do that. One moment. Let's see if I can modify something here.
Whilst Daniel does that, I'll just ask you. I'll ask you the hard question, Josh. Let's say rain comes in March next year. Do you add it to the Endurance Championship?
Ooh, that's a tough one. So I've already gone and said that we kind of want to keep the status quo. So one of the big things was some continuity. Lots of feedback just pointed towards set a calendar, stick to the cars, and I wholeheartedly agree. These events require so much planning, so much practice, and then having something come in at the final hour, just it really isn't fair on all the effort and planning that people have put into it. So rain in itself is a big variable that I don't actually have an opinion on at the moment. I think I would actually defer to the conglomerate and put it to a vote, but I'm leaning towards no, to be honest. I think that having it from the outset is fair, but yeah, no, I think maybe in 2024 B maybe, but yeah, I don't know. I'll put to a vote, I think.
All right, there you go. Well, we'll have to wait and see if and when rain does arrive. I suspect it will be next year, given some of the comms out from iRacing, but we will wait and see. However, we do now have the final standings for you all. So, in the LMDH, Cadillac take a comfortable victory in the championship over Ilet Motorsport. Then we've got Shop EIT Solutions Tech 1 in third place. Stonks Racing slipped down from second to fourth, having not shown up for the final race of the season. Then we've got Low Bar Farming in fifth, Sidehustle in sixth, Kidney Stone Brothers Racing in seventh, Blackout Motorsport in eighth, One Muppet Racing in ninth, Tech 1 Link Airways in 10th, BCR Young Chickens in 11th, and Hybrid, who only turned up for one race, in final position. So I think only 3 or 4 cars actually rocking up for every race in the LMDH season, just how it works out sometimes. Then in the GT3, which is much more happily populated and with much more consistent running, we had Tractus Racing taking out the overall victory by 48 points, absolute domination. Tractus Racing AM fulfilling a Tractus Racing 1-2. Then Breadline Racing in third, despite starting from the back of the grid on multiple occasions in the season. So, be interested to see what they can do going into next season. Then we got the Mighty Cuts in fourth place, Angry Pepper Racing in fifth, Barbecue Motorsports Australia in sixth, Ventral PM Sport for TSR in seventh, Pacific Esports Racing in 8th, International Driver Syndicate 9th, Team Therapy climbing the table to 10th, Pacific Esports Racing in 11th, Iridium Sim Sports in 12th, Pinnacle Esports E-Racing in 13th, Quantum Motorsports powered by the Golden Octopus in 14th, raising awareness for children's cancer. Locked On Lads Racing in 15th, and 19 MX Straps Racing in 16th position. Beneath them, there are a few more cars. I'll just go for them off my screen. We've got Probably Drinking in 17th, Quantum. Sorry, that's not accurate given what we've just seen, because Quantum Motorsports have linked up the table. So we've got Chuchified Industries, Cyberhustle Racing, Aurora Green, Quantum Motorsports, / Golden Octopus, Last Minute Races, In With a Chance, Ventral PM Sport PTSR 999. The two Chuchified Racing entries, Codus Racing Team and Cyberhustle Racing at the bottom of the table. So that's it for Season B of the 2023 Login Systems Endurance Championship. A big thank you to Login Systems for bringing us this championship. We do hope you'll stay on for next season, and we'll get to bring you more of these broadcasts. They are, however, just one of many sponsors for the broader GSRC, so we'll just run through them all for you now. Please do get out and support our sponsors because they support us. We have Flash Graphics and Mainstay of the club have been a sponsor for a few seasons now. M-Wave Australia, one of our newest sponsors, but a fantastic place to go to get all of your sim racing and general computing gear. Orbic Australia, who are affiliated with our very own Grant Grill, who brings you a few of the broadcasts. And hello Grant, if you are watching. Waste Options, who have been a sponsor of the GT3 Championship for a little while now. Lobesy Racing. Player One Sim Gear. And Sprayton Non-Alcoholic Cider. Your best one. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure bringing you the racing this season. Hopefully we can do it again in the new year. A big thank you to yourself, Daniel Kreasov, for hopping in relatively last minute to put on a lot of production and make sure we could bring this broadcast to everybody today. Done a fantastic job as always, and I look forward to seeing your broadcasts and hearing your voice in 2024 Season A of the GSRC. For more of us at the GSRC, have a very happy holiday season and good night.